Alrighty, guys. Good evening. Happy fucking Montues. Hope your Tuesday, excuse me. Hope you guys are having a wonderful evening so far. Tonight we're gonna be doing some more World of Warcraft. Getting into Mythic Zeros. See how it goes. Slightly adjusted my box there so it'll be a little less intrusive. Fucked up now. Not really. I'm still kind of in. Yeah, I'm still in the box. Even though my camera really isn't. Good. Good. You guys are having a good evening, though. Yes. Open chat here. Yes. Apparently I didn't have it open. Been fucking around still with World of Warcraft, guys. And not World of Warcraft, Overwatch. And yeah. I think I figured it out. I'm pretty sure it was CPPC. Was fucking around with my aim a lot. Definitely, there's like various things I've tweaked, and it seems like one of the biggest ones I've done is disabling CP. Yeah, preferred cores. So it tells the OS which cores are good, and then the OS just shoves a lot of work on them, and then fucks everything up. Cool. You know, the usual shenanigans, guys. The usual things, as it goes. Good. Hope you guys are having a good evening, though. Yeah. This is one of the parts I don't actually like about the dungeon experience, though, is because you could totally automate the mythic experience, and they don't. They still make you fucking form groups. Good evening, Toes. How am I doing? Pretty good. I hope you're doing well as well. Good. Good evening, guys. There's 2 dungeons. Make me wonder if it made me queue for... Well, actually, wouldn't have, because I just opened the panel instead of doing that. We aren't doing that anymore, even though it gives you augments. Another reason I really wish the Mythic dungeon system was actually on... the Dungeon Finder. Wish it's on the Dungeon Finder. It's not. Good. As she goes, guys. We're gonna take a look at the tubes and the Reddits here first. There's a lot of random shit now. 10 world quests, whatever. Probably not gonna do that. Abandon these eventually. Stuff and things. A lot of these are, like, it doesn't even let you start until you get into Mythic Plus. Better. Tanks are needed for the normal dungeons because no one's actually playing the other dungeons. What? Uh-oh. Oh, apparently this is happening. Apparently this is a storyline quest, guys. Oh yeah, there's that. There's also that, guys. Yep. Cinematic with no sound. That's okay. Yep. Ah! I'm a champion. Well, I guess there's that. I think that's because I got far enough rep-wise. In order to travel the tier hold to activate the quest. Okay. Not gonna let me ride her? Oh my god. Okay, no. Fuck you, Alex Strausen. Quest here, but it's not on the map. Just rep shit at this point. It's like reset rep. Excuse me, guys. Down. There's so many. If this is all just like resets. Dungeons, which we'll do eventually. Plan on like going on my way. Also, don't plan on spending that much time in dungeons. Game knows that. That's why they keep giving you quests. That carrot in front of you. Give you more carrots. Lots of daily resets, or weekly resets, yeah. A lot of those are I think those are all PvP quests. It'd be like a... there should be a button to archive quests, or a way to archive quests so you don't really like have to fuck around. Quest completed. Collect reward from Great Vault. I think this is all like catch-up mechanics and stuff too, so like it doesn't even... if I wasn't actually doing anything. May choose a reward. Collect reward from Great Vault. Oh, I guess I have to do the objective to collect the reward. That's it. For a Spark of Eternity. Like, I don't think we're even gonna get a... we aren't even gonna get a craftable. Yeah, this is just another Spark of Eternity. I guess maybe once you get one per week, from the looks of it. So. Lots of resets, pet battles. There. Like, all this stuff is, like, a bit behind your normal progression. PvP. Rep rewards. Got new pants yesterday. Once again, this is all lower level than what I'm going to end up getting through Mythic or Mythic 0, so. PvP. Not doing those. Mm-hmm. All that's rep locked. Rep grind locked. All right. I need my coffee, guys, and then we're going to get into the tubes before we do some games. I don't really plan on going out questing, so I think all we're going to end up doing is Mythic 0 stuff. Majority of that stuff is like storylines. I'm pretty much done with the storylines at this point. Like, not done, but just internally done with them, so. $900 lol. It's not really. Not really. We'll take a look at that, though. Alone? It is time for Christmas. I bought my girlfriend a Porsche Taycan for our 2-week anniversary. The fuck is that? Why weren't duplex steam engines successful? What the fuck's a duplex steam engine? Curious? Duplex steam engine. Duplex locomotive is a steam locomotive that divides the driving force on its wheels by using two pairs of cylinders rigidly mounted to a single locomotive frame. It is not an articulated locomotive. The concept was first used in France in 1863, but particularly developed in the early 1930s by Baldwin Locomotive Works, largest commercial builder of steam locomotives in North America under the supervision of student. Okay. Prior to this, the term duplex locomotive was sometimes applied to articulated locomotives in general. I thought this was normal. It's like overclocking a steam locomotive. Way of describing that. Common conclusion is that the conventional steam locomotive's problems were not as insoluble as Baldwin believed, and the duplex arrangement introduced almost as many problems as it solved. Apparently there's a historical society trying to produce one. Ah, very futuristic looking. Look how aerodynamic that is, guys. Hey, Casey. Fancy. That's the future. We're in the future, guys. Be right back and grab my coffee. Ah, interesting. Saved us from watching a 20-minute video. Cool. Possible line. Want to look at more. Oh, by the way, want to look at more of those videos in the future. By the way, guys, if you didn't know, we've had our first net positive fusion experiment. Up until this point, there's only been another net positive fusion experiment in fusion nuclear energy. By the way, there's only been one other net positive nuclear energy experiment, and that was with I don't remember the name of the company. I think it was in China. But they couldn't duplicate it again, which makes it basically pointless. It doesn't matter if it's net positive because it could have been error. It has to be repeatable, right? We've had our first net positive fusion experiment, and that was from the research lab in the U.S. It's not even one of the biggest fusion reactors or experimental fusion reactors. Positive fusion. Yeah. Yeah, this is like a milestone. No one's talking about, by the way. Kind of weird, but no one's talked about this. The news, there's a couple news articles and snippets, but this isn't like on the tip of everyone's tongue, and it should be, because this is a big deal. National Nuclear Security Administration Administrator, if that's not redundant. Where was this at? Lawrence Livermore National Laboratory in California achieved net energy. So this is one of the first net positive nuclear fusion experiments in history of mankind. That's a big deal. Putting aside the one that wasn't repeatable, by the way, and they don't have no idea how to get it again, which once again makes it pointless. If you can't repeat the experiment, like you can't figure out how to do it, it's basically a fluke, and it could have been, error of reading the measurements, right? So you can't really count that as a win. This is the first net positive fusion experiment, not fission. Fission is what we have for nuclear power right now. This is fusion, which is basically limitless power. And I totally expected a country to explode when this happened, but it didn't, so there's that. Yeah. First net positive fusion experiment. Yeah, that's a big deal. This is like a milestone in mankind. Like this is kind of a big deal, and no one's talked about once again. And kind of weird. Once again, the priorities people have in the U.S. or just in the world in general are kind of fucked up, in my opinion. And this leads, it's like one of the limiting factors of generating basically, EVs, electric vehicles, space exploration, any sort of work that involves remote areas, or even just global warming as a whole, right? Climate change as a whole. It's really, really, really a big deal. And as such, kind of a big deal, guys. Kind of a huge deal.
It's the first time it has ever been done in a laboratory, anywhere in the world. Simply put, this is one of the most impressive scientific feats of the 21st century.
Not just 21st, and ever. Ever.
This is a hurrah moment for humanity, and it's going to create the backbone of stable, reliable power 24/7 to drive that entire ecosystem of electrified things.
Yeah, it's still a ways out. They're saying 20 years. I doubt that. There's going to be so much money that's put into this.
Fossil fuels immediately and forever, right? It would be game over. We would have.
Yeah, this is actually. You could make a political campaign based on this, guys. This is pretty incredible. It's unlikely to be powering cars. They'll power the batteries of cars. It doesn't matter. It's indirectly powering cars. Yeah, a decade I actually think is pretty far-fetched. It's going to happen sooner than that because the amount of people that are going to try and hop on top of this is insane. And they've talked about the amount of investment, and In recent years, private investors have put almost $5 billion into fusion startups. That's not a lot of money, guys. That's not a lot of money. It seems like a lot of money, $5 billion. $5 billion over the lifetime of 60 years is next to nothing. That is absolutely nothing. And it's still bonkers. It still blows my mind how underfunded fusion and fission is. And obviously with this, fusion just takes precedence over fission at this point, right? Fission is going to go the way of Dodo because fusion is just better. It's just better in every way, shape, or form. The problem was figuring out the science in the first place. $5 billion is next to nothing. Like if the government wanted to incentivize this, guys, like subsidize this hard, yeah, like you're talking like what's their military budget? It's like 800 billion or something like that. You could literally just dump a shitload of money into this and get things up and running in like maybe 5 years. It would be insane. Like the amount of, because at this point, like we really need a win as far as like energy goes, because we keep depending on fossil fuels and that's not going to work out, right? That's why I talk all the time about green fuels and why we need nuclear fission prior to this nuclear fission, because there wasn't a better source of carbon neutral energy generation. That's just the way it is. You can use solar and wind, but it doesn't really work for baseline energy generation because you need batteries to offset basically when the wind's not blowing and the sun's not shining, and the sun's not shining for like half the day. So depending on where you live, that's pretty absurd, right? And the wind doesn't always blow. The wind's just like whatever, fuck off sort of ordeal. So you need batteries to make up for that. And it is unrealistic to have like the entire world running on batteries for just like half the day. That's not really remotely feasible. Like you'd have to build this ridiculous amount of storage facilities in order to do that. And that's not remotely feasible. So we need a baseline energy generation, which is what fission is. But now we have fusion, or possibly working into fusion, and obviously everyone wants to get on board with that. If you're an energy generating company, you can immediately see that like it's just going to completely take over. It's like almost free energy, just completely take over the market. And it doesn't matter if you're on coal right now. And I mean, obviously it's going to take a little bit for the economics to settle out, but as far as being an investor goes, like there's dividends to be paid there in money. And like there's tons of things you could do with free energy that we can't do right now. Just in terms of recycling, like for instance, if you didn't know, it's more expensive to produce aluminum from recycling than it is to make it new. It's more energy intensive reusing aluminum than it is to recycle it to making it new. There's a lot of things that require a significant amount of energy and as such to become unfeasible. Water, desalination. So desalination plants on the coastline, that make water. This solves water problems. Desalination plants require a significant amount of energy, and that's one of the reasons they don't work very well. This solves that. And that's another big one right there, like is water shortage, right? Water shortage. And if you have free energy or borderline free energy, that means you can start doing desalination everywhere. And that's like mind-blowing because it'll drop the price of water to nothing, which is what it should be anyways, because water is something that people need to survive, right? Drops it basically to nothing, and like you could literally have this everywhere. It'd be insane. And it gets around so many problems that we're having over time. Hydrogen generation, we're talking about using electrolysis to turn hydrogen, make hydrogen as a form for cars. Then you can use hydrogen tanks in a car instead. And you can burn the hydrogen because it doesn't matter what the conversion process is or how expensive it is, because you could just use it as a way of changing the energy source to hydrogen as an energy storage container instead for electrolysis or burning it. Just insane, absolutely insane. Pretty big deal, guys. Like this is a very, very big deal. And like I said, almost no one is talking about this. I expected there to be for us to see more YouTube videos on it too. We probably will in coming days, but right now, for some reason, maybe someone's still making a video on it. I don't know. Yeah, that's a big deal, guys. I think it's well worth mentioning that. Good. But yeah, we're on the road to fusion now. Yay, humankind! Yay, mankind! Yay! Now maybe we'll have first contact at some point in my life before I die. That'll make me happy. As a sci-fi geek and as an alien enthusiast, I guess you could say, and not someone that's like trying to read into every little article to find any sort of resemblance of aliens. I really hope it happens in my life because it's that'd be another world changer. And I don't think people don't really understand how much of a game changer fusion is because they meme. People oftentimes just meme and trend set. Like on Twitch, I've heard no one mention this on Twitch, so it's a big deal. This is 2 days ago too. I wasn't even on top of this 2 days ago. Actually, no, this is from today. Yeah, a day ago. This is a pretty big deal. That's a pretty big deal, guys. This is going to impact everyone, everywhere, and it's going to happen over the next decade. Yeah, that's a big deal. That's a really, really, really big deal. And luckily, it was at a government facility in the U.S., which means it's less likely to be capitalized specifically only by one private organization. Lawrence Livermore National Laboratory in California. So, because it is a government agency, that means that this experiment, for instance, them having the keys to this experiment, means that it might be accessible to everyone. Everyone, all the private entities that want it. It won't be trademarked and registered, and there might be some sort of fees or something like that, but it's not going to be like if a private organization developed this and they'd be the only ones with fusion. And that's not where you want to be. Maybe the U.S. is going to be the only one with fusion, which might be the case, but at the same time, that's much better than just like one company owning the rights to something. That would be insane. So this is actually a really good case scenario too, which is a government agency figured it out instead of a private entity, which would bend you over and fuck you in the ass because they can, and that's what capitalistic companies do because they want to make money. Surprise, companies want to make money. I know that's kind of crazy, guys, but yeah. Yeah, well worth talking about though. That's the first step. First step breakthrough is indeed true. This isn't like, oh yeah, another breakthrough, yay, and nothing actually comes with it. This is actually a major milestone in human history, science history, fusion, nuclear history. This is a big deal. Yeah, pretty big deal. Okay. Let's move along, guys, onto the normal stuff. We're going to take a look at this. We already looked at the 6,000 series, or 7,000 series, excuse me, the benchmarks yesterday for the XTX. For some reason, they're playing it down a lot. I don't know exactly why. Because it was just as fast, if not faster, than a 4080, and it's $200 cheaper. So, yeah, I don't know. I guess people just see AMD as inferior, so no one's going to buy it. If it's $200 cheaper, it has to be $500 cheaper. Once again, I think people are memeing.
Welcome back to Hardware Unboxed. Today, we're taking a look at the Radeon RX 7900 XT.
Oh my god, Pool Guy, find my channel? How do you find my channel? No way. He must have got a copyright notice or something like that. And he's like, who's looking at my videos on YouTube?
And no, you didn't watch this video yesterday. This is the
XT
that's
totally
version.
That was totally like, I got a copyright notice. I wonder if I could sue him for tens of millions of dollars. And then he looks at my channel and he sees one view. He's like, maybe not. Pool Guy, if you guys didn't know, is actually pretty cool. He's like a management administrator or something like that runs basically some amusement parks down south, water parks. He like runs maintenance. Runs the maintenance at the parks, or a couple different parks actually, from what it sounds like. And it's pretty cool because you get to go through and look at his videos and see what's going on in them, and basically get the background logistics of what's happening in an amusement park, which it's a water park, amusement park, right? Which is pretty rare. There's nothing like it anywhere else on YouTube because, I don't know, maybe legalities, right? Yeah, I don't know. Like Great America, if they did stuff like that, it'd be pretty cool to see the maintenance guys go around and what they're working on, but it might be legalities or, them getting sued if people see something behind the scenes that's not up to snuff or something. I don't know.
The XTX.
Pool Guy found my channel. Hilarious
choice there by AMD, which I'd probably go as far to say is anti-consumer. As Tim noted in his RDNA news video,
did they just accuse AMD of being anti-consumer? What? They're cheaper than Nvidia.
I know, a super dumb naming choice there by AMD, which I'd probably go as far to say is anti-consumer. As Tim
they're
noted
talking
in
about the
his
naming.
RDNA 3 news video, there are enough numbers available, so AMD could have easily avoided having two different products with almost identical names. There's really no
they're just talking about
excuse for
naming,
this sort of
whatever.
crap, so do better, AMD. And with that, let's roll the ad spot. Today's sponsor spot is brought to you by Headsnart.
Don't name one card
Headsnart is
XT and
a
another
leading
one
host
XTX. Okay.
of service for an amazing 5 different locations.
There are
and
worse
benefit from
atrocities
features
in
like
the
load
nomenclature
balancers,
of video
block
cards and
storage,
GPUs and
more.
CPUs.
So for more
Does redundant
XT.
GPUs.
Not really. It's $100 cheaper than the XTX, so a mere 10% saving, but the memory capacity, cache, and bandwidth has all been reduced by 17%, and surprise, surprise, it's 17% slower at 4K.
Upsell.
So the cost per frame is actually worse. Well, I guess we'll continue with the review anyway. So for those of you who haven't already moved on to another video,
That is true.
I guess I'll tell
That
you
being
a bit
said,
more
it's
about
still
the
better
7900
value than the
XT
4080 and
before jumping into the
4090,
benchmarks,
so.
But yeah, I'm not going to drag this one out. The 7900 XT is clearly a product AMD doesn't really want to sell, suggesting that they don't have that many defective 300mm square GCDs.
Chiplet
As noted
design.
in the 7900 XTX review, the XT version uses the same die, but with a one.
Normally what companies do for both CPUs and GPUs is when you get down off the Halo products, which is the 7900 XTX to 4090, they'll give you a better deal for the performance, right? With this generation and the prior generation, they weren't really doing that. But that's also because of the crypto boom and AMD's competition is NVIDIA, which just price things out of the ballpark. So, yeah.
MCD, so 5 rather than 6. And what this means is any GCD that can't be sold as an XTX gets binned as an XT. So it would seem as though the strategy right now is to cash in on RDNA 3's hype, try and sell the 7900 XT for top dollar, and really AMD has little to lose with this approach, apart from momentum, market share, and any kind of relevancy with gamers. So yeah, very little. Oh, and of course, positive reviews. At $900, they can certainly forgo reviewers getting excited about the 7900 XT. So assuming this has
This is kinda
little
weird.
impact on sales.
This is kind of weird because if you're going to do this, obviously both AMD and NVIDIA are expensive, right? And NVIDIA is much more expensive. When you say something like this, why aren't you prefacing it also saying, well, NVIDIA is also selling for $1,200 and $1,600? You know, like one of those things, right? Regardless of not getting, this is like, you know, it's a better deal. This is still the better deal. And NVIDIA is doing things that are much worse. So, you know, you mentioned both sides, right? And Intel is also, for some strange reason, not trying to capitalize on the fact that everything else is much more expensive.
And general consumers
Even though
buy this
Intel
product
basically has no
anyway,
install
AMD
base,
will
no
have
one's
made
using
the
them,
right move.
no brand
In
name
reality,
recognition
the
for
700
GPUs.
XT is going to be a model that moves in very low volumes, and again, this could be due to the fact that AMD has very little defective silicon that they need to flog off. But if that isn't the case, you can expect
I'd agree with
7900 XTs to drop in price before too long. Anyway, as you can probably tell, I'm none too excited about the 7900 XT. So
While people
let's
are
just go
complaining
over
about the
test usage
7900
next,
XTX
and I'll show you some
prices being
results.
too high, I don't
Now,
think
for our
so.
benchmarks,
The
all
XT, this
GPUs have
guy,
been
I can see
tested
them
at the
pricing
official
around
clock
$800
specifications,
instead,
so no
though.
factor overclocking.
That actually
The
give people
CPU
incentive
is
to
the
buy it.
Ryzen 7 5800X 3D with 32GB of dual rank, dual channel DDR4 3200CL14 memory on the. Starting with the Callisto protocol, we see that at 1440p, the 700 XT is 11% slower than the XTX and just 5% slower than the RTX 4080. It's also 35% faster than the 6900 XT, a 2-year-old product that launched at $1,000 US. The 4K margins are really much the same. The 7900 XT
Yeah, I'd agree.
was
I'd actually say it
14%
has a
slower
lot to
than
do
the
with them
XTX
not
version,
the chip not
though
being
this
priced
time
appropriate, or
11% slower than the RTX
there's not enough
4080.
defects and there's
The
not enough
margin over the
internal
1600 XT
incentive for them
also
to
shrank
sell this
28%,
card
so that's a
cheaper.
bit
And that's
disappointing.
also unfortunate
Next
because
up, we
gamers
have
need a
Forza
cheaper
Horizon
card.
5, and here the 7900 XT was just 9% slower than the XTX, though I suspect there is some kind of driver.
What the fuck is going on here? They have ray tracing on high. It says RT high. That's ray tracing, right? There isn't a driver read bug. You have ray tracing on high. It literally says it here in the title. AMD cards do not do very well with ray tracing on, guys. Just not the way it works. Although I think he's comparing it to the 6000 series here, but why is ray tracing on? He has separate ray tracing benchmarks later on, right? Yeah. So why would you even bother with ray tracing benchmarks in your rasterization benchmarks? They did this with F1 2022. It's also in here. Yeah. Kind of bonkers. I don't know why they do this, because obviously AMD is going to be gimped. Not as much as you'd think. AMD is definitely getting better on ray tracing, but rasterization, this is like literally, if you have if you are wondering why your game is slow, the first thing you should check is whether or not ray tracing is on. If you have a modern graphics card, because it's probably on, and that will sacrifice a shitload of performance. So there's this option here should be turned off if you're just playing games normally. Because honestly, it doesn't even make things look that much better. We've talked about this before. It does, it will add some little sheen to things and make things nice. But when you're playing a game that's fast paced, not really all that useful.
A related issue here.
All the people that are running
RDNA3
Fortnite with ray tracing on, right?
Is very weak in this title, especially relative to what we see in other titles when compared to RDNA 2. For example, the 700 XTX was a mere 5% faster than the 6900 XT.
That being said, you can also run at 120 FPS with ray tracing on, which is pretty good.
The 6950 XT. The 4K results are mildly improved. Here, the 7900 XT was 12% slower than the XTX, and rather than trail the 6950 XT, it's 2% faster, so yay. Then moving on to Rainbow Six Extraction, we see that the 7900 XT is good for 238 FPS on average, making it 15% slower than the 7900 XTX and 17% slower than the RTX 4080, while it was 28% faster than the old 6900 XT. Then at 4K, the frame rate drops to 119 FPS, making the 7900 XT 17% slower than the XTX version and 25% slower than the RTX 4080. It was also just 5% faster than the RTX 3090, but 35% faster than the 6900 XT. The Hunt Showdown performance overall is very impressive with over 200 FPS, but relative to competing parts and previous generation GPUs, it's nothing special. We're looking at an 18% deficit to the 7900 XTX, while it was just 22% faster than the 6900 XT, the 2-year-old product that it's effectively replacing. Well, the XTX does that, but with pricing so similar, you could say they both do. Anyway, at the 4K resolution, the 7900 XT fell well behind the XTX, now trailing by a 20% margin, allowing it to only roughly match the RTX 3090, while it was just 15% faster than the 6900 XT. So overall, quite a disappointing
Maybe I'll buy a
result.
3090 Ti, guys.
Like all Radeon GPUs, the
I think they're like $600.
does its
We looked
best
at that
work in
yesterday.
Call of Duty, pumping out 269 FPS in the Modern Warfare 2 title.
Actually, I
That
don't know.
made it 14% slower than the XTX model. But
Actually, I
an
take that
impressive
back.
23% faster than the RTX 4080 and 40% faster than the 6900 XT. So great results here, though as we found in the XTX review, these results are unfortunately outliers. Even at 4K, the 7900 XT was impressive with 163 FPS on average, making it 16% slower than the XTX model, but 14% faster than the RTX 4080. It was also 35% faster than the 6900 XT, which is a decent generational improvement. The F122 results look very disappointing, as this game enables ray tracing by default when using the ultra high quality
But he can turn it off.
preset, and while RDNA 3 has made great strides here, there's still at least a generation behind him.
But he can turn it off. It's on the tip of his lips. But he can turn it off, which he does later on, which is ridiculous. How much is the 3090 Ti? I think it was $600. It could be $800 though. I might be because usually the highest end products usually maintain their price pretty well. It might have been $800. I might have misquoted that. You can buy a 3080 for $500 though. I lied. There were listings yesterday that were cheaper, and now they're looking $1,200. The fuck is this shit? Sort this right? I'm not right. Was it 3090 then? Oh, Maya's looking at 3090s. 3090s are $800, not the Ti. Not the Ti matters that much, by the way. 3090s are $800. Any new PC? No idea. Right now is a bad time to buy graphics cards due to crypto crashing and the markets sorting themselves out, and the pricing is just all over the fucking place. That's why I mentioned, like, if I was to buy a graphics card right now, the 7900 XTX would actually look pretty good. But I need an NVIDIA because I need a drop-in graphics card. And it's going to take probably 4 to 6 months for prices to readjust. So, yeah. And they will. It's just going to take a while. NVIDIA is very slow on readjusting their pricing. Either due to buyer's remorse or just they think they're good enough where they don't need to matter. Like, price performance doesn't need to matter at all. Yeah. But I'd actually consider a 7900 XTX if I was to buy it right now. But I can't. and buying a 4080 or 4090, like $1,200 or $1,600 is kind of ridiculous.
NVIDIA when it comes to RT performance.
I don't know exactly. I don't
7900
remember.
XT was only
I'm
able
pretty
to
sure that
match
just
the
adds a couple more
3080
CUDA
Ti
cores or something.
3090, making it 11% slower than the 3090
Normally, it's supposed to be a
Ti,
value.
15% slower than the
Normally, it's supposed to be a
7900
value
XTX.
proposition, but I think
Even
in
at
this case,
4K,
it's
the
not really.
margins are very
Latest
similar.
generations is
Here,
just
the
a way of
7900
capitalizing on the
XT
name
was
brand.
again basically only able to match the 3080 Ti and 3090, making it 13% slower than the 3090 Ti. So a very disappointing result here. That's a result of having RTFX enabled. The Cyberpunk 2077
Once
results
again,
are far more
I understand that the preset itself hasn't turned on, which might be why they're doing it. The preset itself is turned on, but they can turn it off if they want to. And as I mentioned before, it is hands down the first option that you will turn down if your game is laggy is ray tracing. As I mentioned before, your game can fall into multiple bottlenecks at this point. It can fall into CPU bottleneck, it can fall into a GPU bottleneck, but it can also fall into a ray tracing bottleneck, in which you can call it a ray tracing engine. And both NVIDIA and AMD have different ways of talking about the like ray tracing cores on NVIDIA, but at this point you can just call it a ray tracing engine, and your overall GPU performance will be bottlenecked primarily by ray tracing if you have it on. That's why it's the first thing you turn off is ray tracing performance, because that will definitely bottleneck it, and you'll have to use something like DLSS or FSR, and that just turns into another kind of gobbledygook. And once again, ray tracing doesn't even make the game look that good. So you could argue just turning off ray tracing and not having the problems of DLSS or FSR if the game has weird artifacts, or you can try and squeeze RT on if you really want to. But once again, you just turn ray tracing off. Well, I'd wait. That's the thing, is like I'd wait, but I'm currently waiting myself for the 7000 series CPUs, the X3D. Specifically, it has to be X3D, X3D/Vcache, which is the successor to the 5800 X3D. And a Vcache adds a giant level 3 cache, which basically helps with stuttering and micro stuttering. So you're 0.1% and 1% frame time. There's a large amount of success and rave reviews for the 5800 X3D that came out, but they don't have a new chip. The 7000 series chips are out, but not the X3D. That's going to be announced in January at CES. And I said probably they're going to be released in February, but we'll see on that. But that's what I'm waiting for in terms of a CPU, and I'm currently on a 5900X, and I really want that Vcache is what I'm looking forward to, because it helps with basically the fluidity of games. And then as far as video cards go, I would buy a 7000 series 7900 XTX. Otherwise, depending on your budget, 3080s you can buy for $500 right now, which is not a bad deal. So you can get a 3080 right now for $500. That's pretty healthy. But otherwise, I'd wait for the processor. It really comes down to waiting right now. It's just a waiting game. I'll just wait and copy yours. Fuck off. Actually, it's kind of funny because someone did that in the past. I'm still running a 2080. That just shows you how interested I am in upgrading my graphics card, by the way. Cryptocurrency, and then the fact that there's a lot of games that just aren't GPU bottlenecked at all. There's never really been a reason for me to upgrade my GPU because I run it at the lowest settings in basically multiplayer games. So I'm almost always CPU bound, as it turns out, and CPUs are doing a lot of really cool things where GPUs have kind of just stagnated. They get faster, but they aren't really doing anything interesting, and they aren't giving you a better value. So, I'm just okay. I'll just wait on it. Right? Just whatever. Yeah, you are definitely due for an upgrade. And once again, 3080s for $500 is actually a pretty good deal. That's a huge upgrade for you. And comparably, performance-wise, very good deal. 3080 is like what, right here? So in Cyberpunk, for instance, 86 and half the price of an XTX. I mean, at this point, you could almost make the value jump here, right? But it's still cheaper. Price performance is still cheaper. That's why if you're buying close to high-end right now, the 7900 XTX is totally where it's at.
Impressive. As for this testing, we don't have RTFX enabled. In fact, we're only using the high-quality preset. And as a result, the 7900 XT was good for 118 FPS on average.
Yeah, once again, I don't agree with them testing, regardless of the preset having it on. I don't agree with them testing ray tracing on. Those are fighting words. We could get into a brawl after having a couple beers here over whether ray tracing should be on or whether or not they should respect the preset here. but I really think ray tracing should not be on because he has his own ray tracing tests, which once again, first thing people turn off because I have a 2000 series and it's a basically first gen ray tracing performance. The 7000 series for AMD is second gen for them. This is a third gen, which is a 4000 series. This is second gen for them. And while they have definitely improved a lot compared to NVIDIA's second gen, it's still not the same thing as third gen. And once again, I have a first gen. And once again, you have bottlenecks. You have CPU, GPU, and then ray tracing, which is why this ray tracing, this magical box here, is what you just chop that thing off. Because most of the time, it's the little seeing the glint in someone's eye as a missile reflects off the bus window. You know, it isn't really. You're not going to see it, right? I still remember them showing off the Battlefield demo where there's a guy running in the open and there you can see a missile, like they slowed it down, the missile's going in front of the bus and you could see the reflection off the bus window in the guy's eyeball and they're like, oh my God, look at this. And you know, in the middle of all that, you're never going to fucking see that, right, ever. And I guess ray tracing is more for atmospheric games and you could make a case for that, but like racing games even, yeah, like it's not really worth it. Yeah, I'm definitely, January is going to be interesting. This is a whole month. I know we've been spending a bunch of time over the last couple months on new hardware, and that's just the way it goes because release cycle. We're in a release cycle right now. Very interesting, very cool in my opinion. And once again, GPUs aren't as cool as CPUs in my personal opinion. I think the CPUs right now are really where it's at, where they've been very, very boring. Well, Intel had like 10 years or 6 years and no competition before Ryzen came out. 8 years, 6 years of no competition. They literally were boring as fuck. It was like 5% per generation, and they'd tack a little price premium onto it, and it was just. Nowadays, you have like AMD like up the game with their fucking amount of cores that they're pumping out, and then on top of it, now they're doing not only chiplet design, but they're throwing massive caches on them. Like it's like Intel's just like playing catch up now, and they don't have an answer for Vcache right now. They don't have their own version of giant Vcache. Although they're kind of doing interesting stuff with their performance and efficient cores, right? That's only if they do what they're supposed to. And I was just talking about how Windows, like I'm pretty sure, I'm not completely sold. It's only my second night testing this, but I turned off CPPC, which tells Windows which one of my cores, I have a 5900X, but I have SMT off. So virtual cores are off, which is why I have 12 here. I had CPPC on and preferred cores on, and what that does is tells Windows which one of my cores are the fastest, which is core 1 and core 2. It's not always that way, by the way. And then Windows is like, hey, these are the fastest cores. So then they downclock all the other cores and they try and shove as much shit onto your fastest cores as possible. And what that leads to is a bunch of shit trying to like take the same core, and you end up with stuttering. So a feature that is supposed to let Windows be able to intelligently figure out what to do with the cores doesn't matter because their thread scheduler is so stupid, it actually hurts you. Because it's Microsoft and they don't fucking fix their thread scheduler. Thread scheduler is what tells the threads in Windows on your programs where to put stuff on your cores, like where to balance stuff out, right? And what it really should be doing is prioritizing your foreground process, and it doesn't do that. Windows doesn't actually do that, and it should, but it doesn't. Because the game's always going to be in your foreground, right? And that's what's going to really matter. So, yeah, Windows was dumping everything onto my fastest cores, which, is good if all it is games, but it's not. It's everything else that's operating Windows. And then I have like 4 or 5 cores that just weren't doing anything at all. It was like 0%. And I turned it off, and now everything's much smoother balanced. But of course, it's going to start using, my less fast cores, my crappier cores as it goes. And that's also unfortunate. But it also seems like it's helping a lot. My mouse feels a lot smoother since I did that. And that was the big takeaway, is my performance is relatively the same. My mouse is a lot smoother, though. And that was a big deal, because that's how I can do flick shots, right? And that changed. For some reason, it always loads up my 6 through 12 cores now, though. I don't know why, and it leaves basically my 1 through 5 or 1 through 6, 7 through 12. 1 through 6 is generally not loaded. I don't know why, which are my faster cores.
Looking at roughly 60 FPS on average without the aid of upscaling, so that's pretty good.
Yeah, all that, and it gives them an advantage. Yeah, stretch screen, guys, because it looks better.
Though, so given it's only 10% cheaper,
I still remember Dead by Daylight people running shit on stretch res and making up all sorts of bullshit excuses of why they do it, when it literally is just for an advantage.
As we found in the 7900 XTX review, These new RDNA 3 GPUs
And BHVR
don't
let them do
perform
that for 5
particularly well in
years.
Dying Light 2, especially relative to previous generation parts. For example, the 7900 XT is just 8% faster than the 6900 XT at 1440p. And
Yeah,
even worse, at
January or
4K,
February is
the
where I'm going to be doing
7900
upgrades. If I can
XT was
afford it,
just
where I'll be
6%
doing
faster than
upgrades.
the 6900 XT,
I'm on
matching the
2+ years on my
3090 Ti
CPU
with
and 4
60
years on my
FPS
GPU.
average,
And that's pretty
though
good.
it was just 15% slower.
Although
than the
once again, even my
2080. So
2080 seems to
when
be doing
compared
fine.
to current
So
generation parts, the results don't look too bad, but also not that impressive when compared to the previous generation models.
yeah, dude, that
The last game I'm
would
looking at
make me
individual results
cry.
for is Halo Infinite.
That being said, there's a
so
lot of
we're
really
only
cool
gonna-
shit that you can do at like low FPS now in order to make things more fluid. Such as, well, frame rate capping, moving stuff around in your processor. Depends on how many cores you have and what kind of GPU you're running at. I assume you're running at the lowest settings. Nowadays with FSR and DLSS, you can run your game on FSR or DLSS, and basically it downscales and upscales the resolution. And you could basically like run at 720p while still being at 1080p, and it'll look pretty close to 1080p. It depends on which setting you're using for DLSS or FSR. I don't know which one Hunt Showdown uses. I would highly suggest looking into that though. FSR or DLSS, because you don't need to use ray tracing to turn that on. You can just turn it on without it. It's a way of basically upscaling a lower resolution. And you don't turn down your resolution, you turn it on, and it'll take like a 720p render and then like upscale it to 1080p, which it depends on what quality preset you're using, but it can actually work really good. And basically, it's a lifesaver for low end rigs. I'd 100% look into FSR or DLSS, whichever. Hunt Showdown, I guarantee you supports one of them, and you'll probably be amazed. You'll be amazed at it, at what it's doing. If you're CPU bound, it probably won't work, but you know.
Take a look at the results for 9 of the 16 games tested before taking a look at the 16 game average data. At 1440p, the 7900 XT matched the RTX 3090 Ti, making it just 12% faster than the 6900 XT. Then at 4K, we're looking at 82 FPS on average, which meant the 7900 XT was 15% slower than the 7900 XTX and 20% slower than the RTX 4080. Okay, so here's a look at the 16 game average data at 1440p. Previously, we found that the 7900 XTX and RTX 4080 were neck and neck, and here we see that the 7900 XT
One more,
is
1%,
slower on
2
average,
more,
which
1%
isn't
FPS,
amazing,
guys.
given that
Oh
it is
my
only
god.
10% cheaper than the XTX. It's also just 9% faster than previous generation flagship parts, which probably seems okay for $900, but given today's pricing, that's really not amazing. The 4K data is even worse, as here all other system limitations
Today's
are
pricing
basically
is
removed,
expensive.
giving the
$1,200
high-end
for
GPUs a bit more
4080
breathing
and
room. As a
$1,600 for
result, the
4090, which is
7900
bonkers.
XTX is now on average 17% slower than the XTX version, and then when compared to sensible previous generation options such as the 6800
7900
XT,
XT
it was
very much feels like it
34%
should be
faster, and while
$800. It
that
must
might
be.
sound like a
It must be they're taking a hit. So like he was talking about earlier, the yields must be very good for these chips, and they're just using a cut down version of 7900 XTX, which means they're basically selling a more expensive product for cheaper. And basically taking internally they're taking a hit on this to sell this cheaper. So they don't want to sell it cheaper. They want to sell you this because what they're doing is just neutering this to make this chip, right? So they're taking this and turning it into this. And then they're like, oh, why are we doing this? It's like literally hurting our product lineup, right? Yeah, so they have to figure out a way to make their series cheaper, and which we're probably going to see with the 7800 series is where the big value is going to come in. 7800 XTs don't really make sense. Internally, this must not make sense for them as a company.
a lot. Remember, the 6800
I'd agree
XT
with them
was
on that.
released 2 years ago now at $650 US, making the 700 XT's MSRP 38% higher, and worse still, the 6800 XT has been selling below MSRP for most of the year. For those of you interested, here's the 1080p data.
Yay!
Basically, if you're playing at lower resolutions or with lower quality settings, these new high-end GPUs aren't great in terms of value, as frame rate performance is almost always CPU limited.
Not
Now,
always.
here's a look at ray tracing performance at 1440p.
There we go. And so once again, this is where he's testing F1 2022 with ray tracing off. And then you can look at this, and you can see the 7800 XTX here. Look at this compared to the 4090. It makes it look a lot better when you turn ray tracing off, doesn't it? So he was like using the preset, which shows that the 7900 XTX is doing really poor. But here it's 10% faster than a 4090. Yeah, if you turn ray tracing off, which once again is why it's one of the first things you turn off, right? And a 7900 XT is faster than a 4090 if you turn ray tracing off once again. Yeah, that's why it doesn't make sense to test these cards with ray tracing on. Even if the preset has it on, turn that shit off. It's rasterization performance, it's not ray tracing. Ray tracing is another bottleneck, and which is why you do stuff like this, right? If you're really interested in ray tracing performance, and I very much look forward to graphs like this. There's a lot of work that goes into this, and it puts everything into perspective, which is really good. But testing it in the first place with ray tracing on was a bad idea. I think, we're gonna fucking brawl here. Literally go to a tavern, have a brawl over ray tracing on versus ray tracing off and rasterization benchmarks. But yeah, because of a preset.
And really, there are no surprises here, as the 7900 XT
So look at that.
as
It
expected.
changed, and that of course changes the overall that cumulative benchmark that we looked at. That very much changes that, because there's two. I said there's only one, but there's actually two benchmarks he tests with ray tracing on: F1 2022, and then what was the other one? Forza Horizon 5. Are all tested with ray tracing on, and that definitely just completely fuckers the numbers.
To the XTX model. So whereas the 7900 XTX was 15% slower in F122 using the ultra quality preset, which does enable RTFX, using FSR to upscale saw a very similar 14% margin between the XT and XTX. The Watch Dogs Legion results were also as expected. With RT disabled, we were CPU limited at 1440p, so the XT was just 4% slower than the XTX, but with RT enabled it was 13% slower, which is pretty typical given what we've seen so far. Marvel's Guardians of the Galaxy saw the 7900 XT trail the XTX by an 11% margin with ray tracing enabled plus upscaling, and then 13%.
This is still pretty
at
good for
1080
second
resolution
generation.
with ray tracing enabled. So 84 FPS on average, made it 25% faster than the 6950 XT, but 24% slower than the RTX 3090 Ti. Here we see when using FSR2 with ray tracing enabled that the
But still want to go for
7900 XT
NVIDIA
was
if you want ray
18%
tracing.
slower than the XTX, and then 15% slower with upscaling disabled. So again, these are margins that you'd expect to see given the specifications and of course everything that we've seen up until this point. And finally, here's the Cyberpunk 2077 ray tracing performance, and at 1440p using the Ultra effects, the 7900 XT was good for just 35 FPS on average, or 59 FPS with FSR enabled, making it 13% slower than the XTX model and a massive 29% slower than the RTX 3090 Ti. On paper, the 7900 XT is claimed to consume 55 watts less than the XTX, and we're seeing pretty close to that in our total system testing. I'm not going to talk about all the data, rather I'll just show you the results on screen. In short, the 7900 XT lowered total system usage by between 48 and 53 watts in our testing when compared to the XTX model. So around a 9 to 12% reduction in total system usage for a 13 to 17% decrease in performance. So even in terms of power usage, the 7900 XT isn't impressive. Of course, if we were to look at just GPU power usage, it would be more like a 15% reduction, but still nothing amazing. Then with the frame rate locked at 90 FPS in Cyberpunk 2077, we see that the 7900 XT drops total system consumption by 4% when compared to the XTX model. So there is some power saving to be had with fewer active cores and one less MCD, even at the same performance target. Now, while the 7900 XTX does represent the best cost per frame ratio of any GPU released in the last 2 years, the slightly cheaper 7900 XT doesn't. In fact, we're looking at a rather large 8% increase in cost per frame for the XT over the XTX, meaning in terms of value, it's inferior to a number of previous generation high-end products, such as the 6800 XT. It's also only a 13% discount from the RTX 4080, which isn't good enough given how much more well-rounded the GeForce GPU is. Of course, the real issue for the 7900 XT is the XTX. At just $100 more, there is simply no reason to purchase this cheaper cut-down model. You just buy the 7900 XTX every time. And the 7900 XT is even less impressive when looking at the current market prices, basically slotting in alongside the 6900 XT and 6950 XT in terms of value, costing a little more for a little more performance. So RDNA 3 is hardly retiring RDNA 2. There's really no need to draw a comparison with competing NVIDIA products either.
almost
As the
linear.
700 XT
It's almost
makes
like they
no
did it
sense
on
at
purpose.
$900 when you can buy the 700 XTX for $1,000.
Oh,
Before I
it
get
depends
to
if you want to get that good value or not. Are you going to save an extra $100? It's almost like they did that
here's
on
a quick
purpose.
look at thermal and clock. There's really not much to say about this one. Basically, there is no reason to buy the Radeon RX.
Depends on how much money you have.
You'd always just spend $100 more to get the XTX version, and really for the XT to make sense, it needs to cost at least $200 US less than the XTX. Anything short of that, and again, you might as well just buy the fully fledged model. It's a shame that the 7900 XT would have been something we could have recommended at $800, at least short of a GeForce competitor like the RTX 4070. Instead, the XTX is a much better option, and unfortunately for AMD, that means you might as well just get the GeForce RTX 4080 or wait for a 4070 type competitor. It's a really weird situation where the $900
What?
4070. Instead, the XTX is a much better option, and unfortunately for AMD, that means you might as well just get the GeForce RTX 4080.
Why? So this is what I don't understand. I saw this in the Reddit comments too. Like, why would you buy a more expensive video card just because it's NVIDIA? Maybe ray tracing? Like, if you really want ray tracing, but ray tracing absolutely destroys your performance, so why would you even opt for it, right? Maybe I'm just not on the boat with ray tracing. I didn't buy into the RTX on bullshit that NVIDIA keeps marketing. But I don't really understand this conclusion, right? Why wouldn't you just... It's like marketing AMD as just a completely inferior product despite what we just saw in the benchmarks. So why would you reach that conclusion, right? Why would you say, oh, just spend $200 more and get a 4080? When it's actually inferior in rasterization performance, right? 1440p, and once again, he tests 2 ray traced on games because the presets turned on, right? As rasterization, which is kind of weird. But yeah, I get it. There's a preset button, right? Yeah, so it makes things look a lot worse for AMD. But like, why would you do that? It doesn't make sense, right? Because then in the 1080p, which is what people play at for competitive, or 4K, what people play for quality, like it just straight up beats the 4080. So you're going to pay $200 for a name as opposed to a cheaper video card because it's AMD. Like, I thought, like, very weird, very weird. And then the only assumption you can make is, once again, it's because of ray tracing, right? Price or power efficiency really does not matter that much. It matters when it comes down to mobile. And you definitely can make a case for a laptop, right? A mobile laptop where, like, hey, you know, battery life matters, right? Because it does. With that being said, both AMD and NVIDIA have their own products for laptops. When it comes to plugging into a wall, that doesn't really matter because you're not going to be playing games 24/7, 365, and as such, saving 200 watts on your power bill or 160 watts on your power bill doesn't matter at all. And that's 60 watts, which is the difference between a 4080 and 7900 XTX is what? Let's say, how do we do this again? You have 60 watts is like 0.006 kilowatts times 24, which is in a day, times... Actually, that's even wrong because we're basing on 24. You have 0.0006 times 8 hours of gaming in a day, times 365 times 0.1, which is 10 cents a kilowatt hour. And it would save you $1.75 a year. So in, what would that be? So in like 100 years, you would save enough money to rationalize the decision based on power between a 4080 and a 7900 XTX. Am I doing that right? Let's see. Energy use calculator. Say, okay, 60 watts. 100 capacity, 8 hours, 10 cents a kilowatt hour. Maybe it's $17. Yeah, so I was off by a decimal place. So this would cost you $17 a year extra to play, and then 8 hours a day for video games is pretty. Every day, 8 hours a day for video games is pretty high end. That'd probably be closer to 4. So buying a 4080 would save you $17 per year and cost $200 more. So it'd take you 10 years, not 100. It would take you 10 years to make up the difference of that video card to make it worth it. If you're based on 10 cents a kilowatt hour, which is actually about average for the US, yeah. That's pretty rough. That's pretty rough. And once again, if you go to 4, it'd be 20 years, right? It'd be half that. 4 hours per day, 365, right? I was off by a decimal place. I did something wrong at a decimal place. Wrong here. 8 times 60, 175 kilowatt hours. Okay. How was I off by a decimal? That's watt hours. It's not in kilowatt hours. 1,000. That is kilowatt hours and 10 cents a kilowatt hour. There we go. Yeah. So I don't know. Yeah. So from an energy, this is by the way why energy perspective doesn't matter, and you change this to 4, and it matters even less, which is pretty accurate for a grown adult. Maybe 4 hours a day split over 7 days per week, right? So you're gonna game more some days compared to other days. Some days you might only be able to game 2 for a grown adult. So that would literally fucking take you forever to pay this thing off, which is why this doesn't matter. Electricity does not matter for most people. A little bit different. You could do, let's say if you live in Germany and you have 30 cents a kilowatt hour, right? Then it would be $60 per year, $50 per year. So then 4 years, that might be looking a little bit more as a wash for energy cost. But once again, that's at 8 hours per day. And then once again, if you do 4 hours per day, then you're looking at 10 years once again. So, and that's pretty much outside how long you're going to own it. So like energy wise, that doesn't matter. Matters in terms of battery life if you have a laptop though.
Or wait for a 4070 type competitor. It's a really weird situation where the $900 option is such poor value that you'd really need to spend $1,000 US. But if you're going to spend such a massive sum of money on a graphics card,
it's a linear relationship though.
For another
the better value is at the high end, which is not usually the way it goes, right? However, in comparison to the 6000 series, it's still linear value, which means you aren't losing money if you buy a better product or a higher end product. It's just more expensive. And once again, kind of what skews the benchmarks here is definitely those 2 games that have ray tracing on by default. They're just kind of, oh my god, for the love of God.
$200 US and get the RTX 4080 for that DLSS support, NVENC, and vastly superior.
When he looks at the like 40 game
massive
40 game comparisons, is probably going to be a little bit more in the favor of 7000 series. And about 4 months down the road, which is probably when he's going to do this, you're going to have more mature drivers, and that's also going to change things. It definitely looks like there's some driver issues in here.
But with the MSRP at $1,200 US, the 700 XTX really needs to be $900.
Very curious what that 40 game comparison is in like maybe 4 months.
$750 US. The only advantage of the 700 XT over a part like the RTX 4080 is the VRAM capacity, but really, the 16GB capacity of the
GeForce the rasterization performance
enough, and I suspect
it
will be for some time to come.
What the fuck?
But of course, this will be a comparison that will matter more for the lower end Ada Lovelace GPUs that are yet to.
I don't understand this. Like it seems like I'm just like foreign. Like something. I don't understand something here.
Capacity. So while it's great that the 700 XT packs 20 gigabytes of VRAM, it by no means gets it across the line. In fact, I've been so disappointed with the 7900 XT that I've requested all AIB partners avoid sending me their custom versions, as I have very little
What the
interest in
fuck
covering
is
them,
that?
given that
I mean, putting aside the fact that people probably don't even look at the AIB comparisons unless you do a roundup, which is what you generally should do, right? You shouldn't do each and every video card. You do a roundup in terms of time saving. Like doubling down, like, yeah, just this is like someone telling you they're going to cancel their subscription to WoW because they don't like a change that happened. It's really weird. NVIDIA is a worse value proposition by far compared to AMD in this case. And like he's freaking out like AMD is the worst value by far when it's not. What? Like these benchmarks look like they're correct. What is the result? Why is the conclusion different? We talked about this yesterday. It's very weird.
they're just not worth recommending at the current asking price. And with that, I'm done with this review. If you enjoyed this one, be sure to
Like, did I miss something? Look at this, right? Here's the XTX. Here's a 4080. This is at 1440p, right? And at 4K, it's faster than 4080. 1080p, it's faster than a 4080. This is with ray tracing on in 2 benchmarks, by the way. It's faster than a 4080, right? And even at 1440p, it was slightly tiny bit faster, which doesn't really matter. What is still faster than a 4080 or break even? And it's $200 cheaper. What? What? Right? Rasterization, obviously, ray tracing performance completely different, right? Ray tracing performance, yeah, go NVIDIA for sure. If you want ray tracing performance, however, most people, when they need something to boost their performance because they're getting a chunky part of a game, they 100% turn off ray tracing, or they should, because that's usually the bottleneck. There's 3 bottlenecks now: CPU, GPU, and ray tracing engine, ray tracing performance. Yeah, and that's why ray tracing is the first thing you hack off, because it'll completely alleviate a bottleneck. I don't know, guys. Very weird. I do enjoy Hardware Unboxed, Gamers Nexus. I do look at that. Hardware Unboxed definitely more so than Gamers Nexus. Now, Gamers Nexus is leaning more towards into cooling and thermal properties rather than actually just doing a good job about benchmarking their cards. Yeah, which is unfortunate, but basically the 2 places I go on YouTube. And there's still, once again, as I mentioned before, there's definitely still a place, there's a niche to be made if you want to make your own hardware review channel. Like just straight up disagreeing with this, and doing your own benchmarks, because they're kind of getting kind of weird here in my opinion. But Hardware Unboxed still the best place to go for a tech tuber. Gamers Next not so much anymore. They've definitely leaned more into hey, look at this cooler. Let's analyze the shit out of this cooler. Wow, this is such a great cooler. When you're looking for the benchmarks, you're looking for the game benchmarks, right? And then, of course, the niche of having to deal with multiplayer games. Multiplayer games, you could make an entire series on multiplayer benchmarks. There's Pool Guy. Let's take a look at Tom Scott here, guys.
The only thing I knew about wasps before this video was that they're those flying insects
They're
that
assholes.
hover around picnics and sting people. That was it. I assumed, naively, that wasps had no useful role in the world's ecosystem.
They actually eat
So when someone
insects.
from the Oregon Department of Agriculture got in touch and said that they send out taxpayer-funded wasps, I had some questions, like, why?
This is pest control at a ecosystem-wide level. There are hundreds of thousands of species of wasp, and only a handful of those actually sting people. The vast majority of them go about their entire life, and you never see them or notice them.
Around the turn of the century, the brown marmorated stink bug arrived in the United States. It's originally from East Asia, but enough of them had been carried in accidentally by global trade that a breeding population started and then exploded.
I've seen those things.
Those stink bugs now found.
Have you guys seen these? I've fucking seen these things. Definitely seen these, and you wonder where the fuck they came from. Yeah. Yep. I've seen those.
Population started and then exploded. Those stink bugs are now found across most of the continent, and they consume crops like apples, pears, hazelnuts, and soybeans, causing millions of dollars in damage every year.
They are a generalist pest. They feed on hundreds of different plant species, and they have a great range of climatic conditions that they're perfectly happy to live in. Its populations have reproduced without anything to check it.
So what you want is the stink bug's natural enemy, which is a particular type of wasp that's being bred inside this chamber.
Parasitoid wasps. attack other insects and lay their eggs inside of them to reproduce. Sometimes that's an insect egg, sometimes they eat the insect alive, starting at the least vital organs first. This is where the inspiration for the chestburster from Alien came from. We breed the stink bugs because the parasitoid wasps need them to reproduce in. As many stink bug eggs as we have is about as many wasps as we can produce. Last year we produced around 20,000, and the year before that we produced around 17,000.
And they are tiny. I didn't realize until I got here and saw them that you could have wasps that are only about a millimeter long. They're so delicate that the researchers can't use tweezers to move them around. They have to gently suck them up through chiffon fabric using the housing of a ballpoint pen. But human intervention in ecosystems doesn't have a great history. So my next question was,
we're working on it.
How do they know what to release and where?
Researchers from USDA and different universities went to Asia to find out what attacks it in Asia and why is it not such a big problem there. They brought Trisulcus japonicus back over to the United States into quarantine facilities, tested it on North American species to see if there were any that we didn't test in Asia that it could also attack. Decades of work go into making sure that the wasps that we're releasing are also safe. If we give it brown marmorated stink bug eggs and any other stink bug, it'll choose brown marmorated stink bug 95+% of the time. But if you give it just another stink bug egg mass, it will use it if there's no other choice. So we were actually a little on the fence about whether or not we wanted to release it. And then it showed up anyways.
After years and years of work, the wasps showed up anyway, because every year millions of flights land and millions of shipping containers arrive at ports, and it's not like those are sterile. So now that the fight is being set up out in the wild anyway, why do they still breed and release these?
The parasitoid wasp needs some time to catch up. It's around 1.5 millimeters long. It can't fly very far. We can drive it a lot further than it can fly in a single year. So we actually get those populations started without having to fly across the entire state of Oregon. Normally the growers reach out to the Department of Agriculture and we go out to a site visit. Not every site is suitable for these wasps. They're actually nectar feeders and pollinators, so they actually do need other plants present. They can provide permanent, long-lasting pest control for not just growers, but the entire ecosystem. These do not sting people. I have worked with not only this wasp, but other wasps that are much larger than it, that are parasitoid wasps, and I have never been stung, and I've been working on these for over a decade.
They're so small that they look like they fly through screens, though, so probably pretty fucking annoying, by the way. They look so tiny. Downside is they look so tiny they'll fly through your mesh screen and get into your house, and into your tea, and into your hair, and into your body, and you'll just eat them one on occasion. Paraphrase a little bit, but exactly like that. Pretty cool. Good, good, good. Okay, let's do an upload, guys, and let's get into the Reddits. Skins added to the gear guy. Ooh, I got hate mail. Let's take a peek. Yeah, this is where someone was actually mentioning the same thing, where it seems like people are just completely laying down the shit out of the 7900 XTX. Am I doing raids? No. We're going to be doing Mythic Zeros. That's basically, we're at the tail end of playing World of Warcraft, by the way. Where I get geared in Mythic, and not Mythic Plus, I'm not doing keys. That's when you start getting into the WoW life, and I'm just here for the expansion pack is what it's turning into. That's what every expansion pack is for me. I do the questing, the leveling, 100% zones. We got our Sojourner, whatever the achievement is for finishing all the optional and main story quests in the zones. I did all the flight stuff. I actually really liked it. I have Isle Drager, the Isles Racer title, which you can't wear because obviously it's broken right now. Because it turns your titles off for some reason. And got a bunch of appearances for my Drake or my Dragon. And that's it. I actually spent more time than usual on this expansion pack because of the Dragons. But yeah, getting geared. This is basically the last phase for me, which is where I get geared and do some heroics. I'd even do normal dungeons. Did heroics, mythics, mythic 0, and then I'm done. It's basically what it turns into. Basically, it's saw the majority of the scenes. And now it just turns into the rep grind, or not the rep grind, the grind where you just try to get slightly better gear over and over and over again after Mythics. So, yeah. That's pretty much, we're not done, obviously, tonight. We're still going to do gearing, which is probably going to take a couple days, as I mentioned before, but, yeah. That's the way it goes. Gearing's a lot less fun than it used to be, too. You don't see giant bumps in your DPS when you get, like, you gem out pieces of gear, or you enchant it, right? Enchanting and gemming is basically gone. Professions in general are basically pointless for the most part. To get like a profession bonus, like, doesn't matter anymore. There's no reforging, so. And they took all the fun gear out of the game except for like trinkets, and trinkets usually don't matter that much, so. Yeah. Yeah, I know that's where you start getting into the hard life stuff. So as far as Twitch goes, by the way, and having people watch you, they want to watch the no-lifers. They want to watch someone like Tolly that literally spent years of his life just grinding shit away, and that's it. And this is basically where it becomes not fun for me. And you could argue that getting a little piece of gear is fun, but the time to fun ratio, as I describe it, basically, if you take the fun you have over time you spend in a game, it starts going like this. Like, the amount of fun, the amount of time you have to spend, the amount of time you have to spend in order to get that little piece of fun, which is getting that gear, goes up exponentially. And that's basically where I end things. So they try to, there's a little bit more of carrot on the stick where they're trying to put more quests in and main storyline stuff, right? But at the end of the day, it's just they're trying to make things a little bit more amicable. But yeah, that's just me. I know how people are. I plan on going back to Overwatch 2. Not there yet though. But as I mentioned, this is basically my pilgrimage. This is my homage to World of Warcraft, where I've been playing for years. So I show up for basically 2 weeks every 2 years in World of Warcraft, and then I'm done. And like I said, I rather play other games. I have more fun playing other games, even if they're sweaty, competitive. I actually kind of enjoy that, where people are trying their best. And in World of Warcraft, it turns into your brain just shutting off and you just being kind of a bot that goes and does stuff. Yeah, I mean, they're making you push buttons. They tried to dress up the expansion pack. They added a bunch of little things in, sure. Yeah, but the thing is, like, even with their little doodads and like the little flavor things that they added into the game, all the little tweaks you can make to the profession, it's still not the same as you having like fucking 5 sockets on your chest. Like, yeah, it's still not the same thing as you having 5 sockets on your chest and half of your attributes coming from those sockets on your chest piece, you know? It's not the same thing. It's not the same thing as having to gem out or enchant every single piece of your gear. It's not the same thing as buying leg enchants or buying a weapon enchant that does a really weird and meaningful thing, but it's very expensive, right? It's not there anymore. That's gone. It's just an alternative to gearing and mythics is basically what it turned into. It's another way of just gearing and doing the same thing in a different way. And yeah, they just same shit, different smell. Or same shit, different look. Yeah, it's basically the same thing though. It's not the same thing. Back in, I don't know when they changed professions. They basically obsolete. I think it was in Legion is when they obsoleted all the professions. But that's basically where we are now. And you can get gearing through like crafting, and they try to make it so it seems like you should do crafting, right? You can save up your resources and buy like a weapon, for instance, right? Yeah, but you could also just get a weapon through doing mythics and keys, right? And that definitely seems easier, just doing key runs if you want to get gear. And you don't need to, it's just another way to, once again, just another way to get the same thing. So, I don't know. Probably not the answer you're looking for. It's not, as I mentioned, there's a lot of things that they took out the secondary stats when they removed those from the game, so you can't make any mistakes in any way, shape, or form. Reforging, which is a way of dealing with secondary stats you don't want. Deprioritizing professions. Appreciating professions, excuse me. There's a lot of things they took out of the game that just made it kind of meh. Yeah, Blizzard did this to themselves, though. It's one of the reasons that people, like, it's the overall look at it as the loss of autonomy to your character. So your character's ability, your ability to influence your character and make it seem meaningful. And now all you have is Mogs, so. They changed it a little bit back. Talent trees are a welcome return. They changed that back. They re-added talent trees. It'd be hilarious if it's just an expansion thing and they remove talent trees in the next expansion. Imagine if they remove talent trees in the next expansion. Oh, dude. I hope they do, and literally just people just, like, freak the fuck out. They kind of need that at this point. No more legendaries. Yeah, they're the gimmicks. Each expansion pack generally has a gimmick where they institute it to make it seem, give the expansion pack flavor, but then they remove it. They modularize everything, so each expansion pack adds a gimmick, and then they just remove it in the next expansion pack. For instance, you can't use your dragon mounts outside of Dragon Isles. Why? I don't know. But, yeah. That's also one of the things that kills their game, is people realize that stuff they do in the expansion pack has no meaning on future expansions, which is good. It's easy from a development standpoint, but as far as a playing standpoint, it's not. It makes you feel as though stuff you do is pointless, and not just the normal gear escalator. Garrisons, there's a lot of cool things that they introduced throughout the history of WoW, and then they just take it away. Garrisons, I really think, should still be in the game. And, you know, obviously people sitting in them forever is a problem, but they literally could have just turned that into, like, your house. They could have made garrisons your house, which was kind of what it was. Then they just took it away. Very weird. Very, very weird internal decisions that they make for the game. Like, hands down, you could definitely say, like, the World of Warcraft's decline over years has been hands down the fault of the developers just making stupid choices over and over and over again. It's actually pretty amazing how resilient the game is in terms of population compared to what they're doing to the game. 700 XTX cards were so undesirable they sold out in less than 5 minutes. I mean, 4000 series also sold out. The 4090s also sold out immediately. Fake purchases from the seller to make it look like it's worth the price. Holy fucking shit. That's some mental gymnastics there. The world is out to punish PC gamers in particular. I don't know what's going on with the 7000 series launch. It's very weird. It honestly seems like a shield campaign from Nvidia. But even then, like Hardware Unboxed, usually they don't usually side with one side, but it definitely seems like they're siding with Nvidia for whatever reason. Better. Maybe the money was good enough. People's morals are generally buyable eventually. When the price gets high enough, they'll eventually throw that aside. And you paid Hardware Unboxed a couple $1,000s, not to fudge their benchmarks, but to make their conclusion a little bit different. They'd probably do it. I don't know how much it would take. Probably a couple thousand. That'd be well worth it because they're a big channel. Maybe even 10,000. Probably you definitely could get to that number, and it would make your cards look very good. $700 XTX AIB models have quite substantial OC potential, and scaling performance may increase by up to 5 to 12%. That's not a lot. Nobody in their right mind is dropping $900 for the fourth fastest GPU. What the fuck? That's not even a metric. That's not even the correct scale. Yeah, you could have a fourth fastest GPU that is 10% of the performance of the fastest one, or 90% of the performance of the fastest one. That doesn't fucking mean anything. What's with this scale? Fourth fastest GPU. The fuck is that shit? Yep, it should sell for $600. Who the fuck would price it at $600? Like, these guys are just literally just coming up with random numbers that, like, makes them feel good, and then they expect the manufacturers to produce it at said number, because they said it. What the fuck is this shit? Holy fucking shit. What the fuck? Holy fuck, what the fuck is the shit I'm reading? RDNA 3 isn't as efficient as compared to NVIDIA. Yeah, fourth, you're comparing, what was it? An extra 60 watts when comparing the 4080 compared to the 3900 or the 7900 XTX. Like, how does that make sense? Huh. Better never give people what they want instead of taking away. Yeah, it just makes video game development easier. It's like everyone at the WoW studio got lazy at Blizzard. They got lazy when they're developing expansions. They're like, how can we make this easier? Because this is a headache. And then they did that. They just got lazy. They did that, and now it's one of the reasons people are quitting. Well, I'd wait. Like I said, there's the prices. NVIDIA prices are going to readjust. AMD prices might readjust. If I was buying a video card right now, I'd get a 7900 XTX though. Unless you really want to turn ray tracing on, and then turn it off when it fucks you. You really want to turn ray tracing on, then get a 4080 or 90. But if you don't, or 3090 or 3080 for $500 used, that's pretty good value too. But if you don't, 700 XTX is definitely where you want to be. It's fucking weird. Like, the whole part we watched with Hardware Unboxed is fucking weird. Like, his conclusion totally did not match his benchmarks at all. It's not like his benchmarks were different than what he concluded either. They're different. Like, his conclusion didn't match his benchmarks. Very weird. And, like, the weird thing is, like, the people not even looking at benchmarks, they just looked at, like, listened to the conclusion and didn't even bother looking at the benchmarks. Hype Train Loons, yet another AMD launch didn't. It doesn't matter what your hype is. Just look at the benchmarks and buy based on it. Fourth fastest, yeah. Who wants to buy the fourth fastest GPU in the world? Noobs. 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 Fourth fastest. Yep. Fourth place. Yeah, okay. It's not even a bronze medal, guys. It's not even bronze. Who the fuck uses a metric like that? That doesn't even make sense. It's a scale, by the way. That's there's different types of scales. When you talk first, second, third, fourth, fifth, it places it relative to other things, but it doesn't show you the difference between it, right? That's why you don't use numbers like that. Like, the benchmarks weren't just 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, right? They actually used numbers and a scale. Because if you don't see the numbers in the scale, there's no relationship to, like, contextual relationship to life in general. It doesn't matter, right? Someone just randomly uses a 1 through 5 scale. Why is anyone reviewing VR performance on day one? Because no one uses VR. DVD Reddits, guys. Yeah. I mean, you could. You could, and then turn it off and go, wow, RTX on. Like, you'll literally in your head turn on the button and say RTX on. And then when you turn it off, you won't say anything. You'll just turn it off. Okay. RTX on. RTX. Wait, never mind. I'll pretend this didn't happen. What's going on here? Did I miss one? Into Broke's blind. Oh, this is because I started after midnight. There we go. I tend to be like I love leaning towards the underdog, I'm not gonna lie. I am more predispositioned to an underdog because you need underdogs, because you need competition. But in the case of the XTX, it doesn't, yeah, it just literally doesn't even match. I'm not even giving it an underdog advantage. It just does not match what the benchmarks were, which is weak. And guys. Yeah, I don't get it though. That was pretty weird, guys, as it goes. It honestly feels like Nvidia bought the launch after their negative publicity from their 4080 and 4090 launch, which they were way out there price-wise compared to what's happening right now. It seemed like they needed a win, and they did that by downplaying AMD, like buying opinions. Basically, is what it comes down to. It feels that way. Okay, I'm gonna take a piss, guys. We're gonna change games here. We're gonna get into some World of Warcraft here. I need to plug in my monitor too, or my thermal. Be right back, guys. I still need to get a new chair. This year has not been super kind to me in terms of finances either. Now, the last couple of years haven't been super kind to me in terms of finances, but still need to get a fucking new chair. I've had 2 failures, guys, where I bought 2 chairs and neither of them have worked out. They were worse than what I'm sitting in. Only they cost $1,500. I wasn't doing that. I'm not going to have a fucking $1,500 chair that I hate. That would be like, that's just like resentment. That is just like resenting everything. Oh, everything about that situation. Every day, I would go into my computer room, look at the chair, and it would make me realize how much money I wasted every time I looked at that fucking thing. I'm not doing that. I don't know. Normally it's not this bad. With like launches, it's not that bad. With the 6000 series, it wasn't like this. I don't know what it is. It definitely feels an awful lot like an organized campaign. And the only one that's capable of doing that is NVIDIA. With chill accounts and then buying the reviewers. Ah. Yeah. People grow. What's important is realizing that you're now smarter now and that you've grown since then. Getting into competitive mode here. But yeah, I think I don't think I was ever really like a fanboy for one side or the other, but I was definitely more towards an underdog side. Like I used to be pretty heavy into giving the benefit of the doubt to something that's just kind of an unoptimal solution, but because of the fact that you need to have more than one solution, I've always been that way. But even then, that's more about recognizing the benefits of something and not so much in like prioritizing that over the weaknesses. So even then, not really. Look at all the satchels that are available because everyone's doing mythics now. Yep. Surprise. Bring the kids. Look at what the kids are doing.
Aspect's grace shine down on
Hmm. What to do, what to do, what to do. I picked up a bunch of quests earlier tonight when I started the stream. I don't think I'm going to bother with questing anymore. We're just going to go into doing mythics. I think I'm done with that. All the world quest shit is basically lower level than what I already have from heroics. I think there's some that's like right on par with it, which isn't worth picking up. Like these pants, I think, are 1 eye level better. Oh, 6. Oh my god, they're 7 eye levels better, guys. Jesus Christ. Let's sell our shit.
Our flight has much to offer.
I don't even think we're gonna get to making something with primals.
We will not repeat our history.
I thought the bank was here.
You're late. Oh, different timeline.
Very funny. Looks like 22 slots is actually my smallest.
Be mindful of your time.
Bye, bag. Bye, bye. 8. Might just disable this add-on because it doesn't matter anymore. They could totally put a Mythic Plus key system in the game for looking for raid, looking for dungeons. But there's some people that do that that get so fucking angry about the idea of the game automating something. It's fucking crazy. Make things more accessible to people. Still make pre-made groups if you really wanted to, too. M0. M0 Chill Run Moonguard. What does this mean, 90 level 4? Does that mean it's not level? This means this is key 4, right? M4? It says the Academy level 4? Ad blocker enabled. That's interesting. I didn't know that was there. Standard, 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 standard. I mean... we'll see how difficult M0 is, and then... might just do, start doing keys. Poor ruby pools, right? That's weird. Yes.
I have many wares.
Is it ruby pools? Where the fuck's ruby pools, guys? There it is. And by the way, you avoid the whole fuck around phase if people actually, like, if you're in the raid finder or the dungeon finder. Fucking sitting in Stormwind doing nothing. Three pools, right? Ah, these guys have war mode on too. Uh-oh. Fuck's entrance. Okay. We're gonna be in a different instance because they have war mode on, aren't they? Well, that's fun. Okay. They just fucking disable. What the fuck is that shit? Doesn't matter for a dungeon. Pretty sure it does. Or used to. Yeah. Not anymore. Fuck, are my keys not working? My strafe keys don't work for some reason. Okay, well, I guess I don't have strafe keys. That was a long shot, but... Good. Why the fuck are my strike keys not working? Huh? Like all my other keys work, but my strike keys do not.
She must continue her work. Allow them no further.
Everything else works, just not my strip keys. Bound successfully. Fuck is it not working? He already suggested reload. Try logging out and back in. QE. It's bound to QE. Works. What? Yeah, I didn't have an error add-on though. That's a problem. It's a problem, by the way, because I use it to avoid shit. I guess I can mouse and turn. It's a huge pain in the ass though. Still don't work. There. We're just gonna do this. Well, we'll fuck around with this at the end of this. I have to literally manually control the direction of my character. Yeah, this is a pain in the ass. Wow, that's a weird one. It's just my QE, it's nothing else.
If only you could have understood the
Like, I click a little bit. Not all my keys, but there's some keys that I click, and this really ruins my clicking efficiency. Quite a bit. Not gonna lie here. This hurts my clicking efficiency. So I actually have to turn my character with my mouse now. Move and turn my character. Excuse me. Oh, buddy. Oh, buddy, that hurts. Standing in that hurts, guys. I thought that was just a one-time thing. It's not. I think I didn't pull a lot of these guys. I thought that's what we're avoiding. These actually have a lot of health, guys.
I will not allow you to disturb Meladrusa's work.
Any whelps. I guess they just walk into them. They're fine. This is significantly more difficult than Heroic is. That's good. That's kind of sad that Heroic's basically a joke. But it actually feels like it can die here.
Meladrusa, I have failed.
My allies sacrificed themselves so that I could return these eggs to their
It must be an add-on.
Will not interfere. Ice consume you.
Christ. This is scary.
Be frozen and shatter.
Not only are we trying a harder difficulty, there's definitely something that's fucked up here.
I am sorry, but I need your strength, little one.
Save that for now.
My chill will freeze your bones.
Okay, she's there. She is. Am I supposed to stand in that? They're standing in it. Yeah, I'm supposed to stand in it.
No, these whelps are pure. They will show you the truth. My chill will freeze your bones.
I don't know. That might have been a Death Knight anti-magic bubble that I've seen.
Ice consume you.
Oh, I just ate that.
Be frozen and shatter.
Dude. You fucking trying to kill me?
Ice consume you. Be frozen and miserable.
Good work, champion. Now that you have secured the pools below, I require your aid above.
That's weird. So the keys are working. WoW's not taking them in for some reason, though. And when we tried to rebind, it didn't let me rebind them. Actually, it's still Q and E. It must be an add-on that's intercepting the keys for some reason.
The exposed life pools are in grave danger. A powerful primalist is attempting to burn all the nesting areas. You must clear them to get to her. I will keep watch from above while I confront the dragon who is leading this assault.
Quickly, take the eggs. Save as many as you can.
I don't know if I can eat more. Take it easy. Put in that. Your definitely looks like you can't just bulk pull. Okay. Being engaged, guys. Give me that tasty. It's almost here. Up there it is. There we go. Do that. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Standing in something. Healer a little help. Actually be faster going back around the other way because then we wouldn't have to clear these guys. Bypass them? I mean, yes. Oh. I just about died. What the fuck are you? Where the fuck did you come from? Why the fuck are you over here? What the fuck was that? Is that something, an extra mob? That must be an extra mob. Mythic mobs. Sometimes they do shit like that. Where they'll add a guy. Oh. Res them. Chunky man. I don't know where that guy came from. Hey look, our healer actually has to use mana. That's kind of weird. Don't wait for me! Don't wait for me, man! I almost feel naked being unable to, unable to strafe. Makes me feel very naked. Like, if we just went around the other side, we would have basically dodged a bunch of mobs. Up here. From that? Ha! You can stop it while they're spinning out. Good. Yeah. Good.
Honor the sacrifice of my allies and burn through you myself.
If I remember right, this thing throws a fire.
By the flame. Fire, consume my enemies.
I just about died. That. Give it a little bit, 20% damage reduction. Oh god. You may run out of space. Oh fuck me. They just burn their cooldowns too. Bitch. Oh.
Nothing but action. Be overwhelmed by the flame. You cannot escape the heat.
So you have to run it around the side. Let's see. What do we got left? We got that guy. 20% on him. There we go. That.
Too soon. Vile monster.
Holy shit.
I protect these life pools.
Not too bad. Getting hit by the boulder is a big deal. Not being much more difficult than the heroic fight, mind you. Like the fucking build-up. The build-up of the lava on the floor, much more aggressive. Alright, we could pull them. We might die too. I blew 2 cooldowns I shouldn't have at the same time. I used Gok, and then I was using Ardent Defender when I should have done Ardent Defender and Eye of Fear. Which I might just bind to a macro, so I do them at the same time. Stun him? Nope. Sometimes you can stun them, sometimes you can't. There's really no rhyme or reason to it. When Blizzard decides to let you to CC them in that way, and then sometimes you can silence them, but you can't stun them. That's English, don't worry about it. No, yeah. Actually, I don't know. Okay. That guy hurts. Ow. Well. Defend your shield was enough. Oh, someone just pulled those guys. Those guys. Barlin, the healer.
Your false queen cannot stop us. We are
Healer pulled them, guys. Yeah. Does this leave shit on the ground? Whoop.
My pleasure.
God. Dear God. That guy was sitting on top of me with his buff and it was destroying my face.
Who is better than one?
Yeah.
That's enough.
Probably not where we want to be for the windstorm.
Feel my wrath.
Not yet all. That's enough.
Emanate riches.
4 minutes left in that. To answer the question, guys, yes, you should actually clear everything. There's a lot of kiting now.
Feel my wrath.
Dude, this fucking guy.
Emanate riches.
Hey, well, that explains that, by the way. Oh, we got left 4 minutes still. Why is it still 4 minutes? Does it not recharge in combat? It doesn't, does it? You have to be out of combat. Oh, hey look, we're, it eventually wears off. Hey! Yeah, Battle Res totally doesn't come up in combat, does it? Good.
Thank you, champion. The life pools are safe for the moment, but the primalists are still a threat. We must be vigilant, lest we be caught off guard again.
Or the bomb's called. Oh my god. Hey. Okay. Oh yeah, you can't just you have to hearth out, don't you? Talk to the dragon.
Alexstrasza sees you.
Yeah, and I can't leave the group now because I'm on a dragon. Normally we have a mage in our party. Yeah, so There was a bomb, and the DPS didn't know to spread. Almost always when there's a bomb on you, you have to spread. Like, it's almost always, except for the one case when it's not, in which case if you do spread, you die. So, sometimes, 95% of the time, you have to spread, and 5% of the time, you have to group up or you kill each other. Yeah. Okay, so we just got a bunch of shit. I got a back, which obviously I'm gonna wear. Is it a shield? Oh, it is a new shield. We got a new shield, guys. That's lovely. It's all good. Got a keystone. Shield. Wilder cloth. Customization, modifier, fortified. We should really set our hearth to Rebos Veld. Yeah, so we did pretty good. There's some things in there that definitely could have killed me. Some people in the group did die. So let's take a peek here. Something's breaking my my QEs. Even on my keyboard, QE does not work. Even on my normal keyboard, Q and E doesn't work right now. Gotta relog. Might be being trolled though. Dragon riding bug. Oh. So if I remember right, you can't do a mythic more than once, right? You can only do it once per week. Maybe it's Mythic Plus, you can only do once per week. Mythic 0 doesn't count. I swear to God I've seen Mythic on the Dungeon Finder before, but not Mythic Plus. Yeah, so you have to log out and log back in, which is weird because I did that before. I actually completely quit the game and logged back in, right? Maybe it's the action of logging out and logging back in that fixes it. That's really weird. You have to log out, because I Alt F4'd, you have to log out in the game. Oh no! Oh no, what am I doing? You guys have been able to see the lewd stuff all night. There was no lewd stuff. Ah, KSA saving the day, by the way. Okay, dungeons. Find a group. 0. Ruby Life Pools, we already did that. Dude, I don't think it matters. I don't think you... Halls of Infusion, Mythic. We got a new shield. That's kind of neat. Oh, wow. Look, wow. Wow. I just picked a random dungeon. Well, it's basically dependent on my gearing. It's Stone Warmordon, which is a Horde player. I think only some of these guys are Tauren, Blood Elf, Human Hunter, Buck. Just for ults now. Less loot, but higher item level. Tradable. We done a Halls of Infusion? I don't even know. We have. One of these dungeons we haven't done yet. I got my strafe back, guys. Look at that. Good. Aggro no matter what. Other groups didn't. One group aggroed. DBD hands down will always be the. There's no other community that constantly tries to gaslight you into believing that you've lost the game when you win. Like, you know, it's like haha funny, right? Like you lost and you still won. In Dead by Daylight, they actually believe that. They actually believe they won when they lost. Actually, just pull another group. Yeah, I don't think I've played League of Legends. I've played HOTS. I played competitive Overwatch and Counter-Strike, and hands down, it is totally Dead by Daylight. It will be forever Dead by Daylight. Christ, where are my heals? We have a problem. Why does it sound like my sound's so quiet? There we go. Doop 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 doop. Yep.
More trespassers! I will not allow you through!
Boss is the boss. Oh, please don't kill me. Am I just supposed to eat these? Go on him, orbs. Okay. Doink. Okay. Trinket. I do, but I'm locked on the first two bosses. Oh, so you can only do even Mythic 0? You can do plus as much as you want, but Mythic 0 doesn't lock you to the dungeon. 0 locks you to the dungeon? That's really weird. 0's once a week, key as many times as they have a key. Basically, it just means you can do as much as you want, because there's always someone with a key. Especially if you're a tank. Because tanks are always in demand. I believe this spawns more ads. M plus is just infinite. Well, that's fucking weird. Why would that be a thing? You could D-rank the key on purpose. Is that inside the instance? That's just by doing it slower, right? Because mythics are time-based. I never really got into mythics at all, as you can tell. I know one locks you and one of them doesn't. I guess I had it backwards. Because it seems like a higher-end thing would lock you like a raid, right? Because they basically give raid gear. You can start and leave instance and it does -1. So there's actually an intentional D-rank mechanic. Like, if I just played WoW, guys, like, WoW, there's some pretty cool stuff for casuals in WoW now. Random aggro. Random aggro. Can't do anything about the aggro. Give him a bop. There we go. What? I rezzed the second one. They both rezzed? There's some sort of mechanic there. I don't know if it's a slow poison or something. Still pissed. Okay. Weak problems or something, I don't know. Mythic 0 run to reactivate? Or just... Fast depleted the key and then just had to do one run just to reactivate it. Mythic 0? Or what? How to reactivate it? I don't actually know what they're talking about in chat. I think they're still talking about the trinket.
The winds are always in my favor.
4 seconds. Yeah. Done. Not happy or proud of the fact that I somehow know Cap is the new sling for a lie. To aggro the little fucks? No, that's random aggro. I don't actually have anything to give them, guys. I got this. Ah! That's why you want to get out of the way of that. Getting stronger, guys. Oh my god. Bong. He was dead. Oh. I was ignoring the ads, but I'm pretty sure I'm supposed to ignore the ads, so. I guess I could change my aura. Damaged by 3? Nah. There we go. Put the one on that makes it so I gain, Why are they running so much faster than me? That makes it so I gain Avenging Wrath when they die. I mean, the other one reduces damage by 3%, and that's honestly not going to save us. Silence effects would, if that was a major part of what's going on here. Apparently this is a shortcut, I didn't know that was here. Yeah, it's exactly like at the beginning. Blizzard does a pretty good job of introducing you to mechanics of the boss prior to you actually fighting the boss. I don't know if you found it or if you just actually... Ads over boss. Yeah. Turn that down a notch. Bing! I don't know if cleansing stacks actually does anything. Well, I just use it on them, so I can't use it on myself. Cleanse it off myself and see what happens. Instantly kills upon reaching 10 stacks. I can cleanse this off people. I can actually cleanse it off people, guys. Good. So I guess the druid can't cleanse. I swear to God, druids can cleanse poison. I'm very certain they can cleanse poison. Yeah, so I could actually potentially save people in the group. I didn't know that the poison stacks were killing them. So I could actually, I mean, I'm not supposed to be doing that as a tank, but this is a pickup group, so, you know, whatever. Guess maybe I'm supposed to be tanking the other way, so get the group. Down. My brain's disintegrating, guys. I can feel it turning to muck in my head. I'm sorry. I don't know what I'm doing anymore. Just button pushing, cooldown management. Watching my health bar. Button pushing, cooldown management. Watching my health bar. Christ. Alright, this is the one where you have to hide behind the shit.
We'll build a new world, free from their corruption. Let me show ya the power of the elements.
That one-shotted me. I didn't see her casting it. Was she supposed to be casting it? Now she's casting it.
They're gonna get you dead. Let me show ya the power of the elements. They're gonna get you dead.
Healer's dead. I have 16 seconds in my battle res, guys. IB res it down.
Let me show ya the power of the elements.
I just B-res him.
Then we born. Nothing can stop us.
Canceled it. Did I move? I'm pretty sure it's instant, isn't it? Instant, yeah. It went off. Okay. I definitely gave him a cooldown. Huh. I guess he decided he wasn't going to use it? It doesn't refund it. It counted the B-res even though I declined. Yep. On. Oh. Yeah, this side being literally right in front of us. Okay. Yeah. You stack on the pillar. Alternatively, it seems like you could probably just keep dodging them. That's what we did last time. It seems kind of, you're gonna miss one and then die. Seem to be getting angry. Cool. We're missing some heals here. I don't know if it's because the rest of our group's getting healed here or what?
Fools! Do you not see what that wretch Tyr has done?
Yeah, that's what you want to avoid. Remember that.
Elemental will cleanse the water.
Yeah, our group must have been eating a shitload of damage because I was definitely not getting as many heals as I normally do. Okay. I had to heal myself, guys, instead of doing damage. That's ridiculous. Boss, yes it is. Yeah. Oh, no pep talk? Oh. Fuck. Oh, I guess I have to run the gauntlet now? We all have to run the gauntlet. Cancel her, can I? There we go. Hey, buddy. Good. We got approximately no gear. Oh. Okay. Is there even any way of telling? Oh, I guess I can look at the dungeon lock screen. Thanks for the group. Oh, I didn't fucking change my Hearthstone again. Leave the dungeon. I see. There we go. La! Yeah. Fuck am I? I see. Ah.
All life is worth saving. Our final task is upon us. Please join me once more.
No.
The red dragonflight will...
Bye. Bye! So let's see, where are my locks again? I don't remember. Raid info. There they are. It's under the raid tab. Perfectly normal. Not under the mythic tab. No, it's under raid tab. Lock the life pools, halls of infusion. Okay. Gotta be Mythic Keystone. Not just Mythic. This isn't M0. This is Mythic Keystone, right? Did Halls of Infusion. Can I sign up and it won't... Oh, no, I don't. We did Halls of Infusion, right? It doesn't tell me here that I'm locked. Which is where your lock should be, right under the Mythic tab. Halls of Infusion, Ruby Life Pools. Zero chill. Yeah. Oh, are they talking? What was this for again? Well, let's set my Hearthstone to here. A lot more people in this phase than there.
Goods in the Isles. Return to me soon.
A lot more people in that phase than there are in my home phase. Huh. Good. Elgorthor Academy. Agathor? Uh-huh.
New students. How wonderful.
Yeah.
It has been quite some time since the academy has been open.
Indeed. Come with us. It should only take a moment to set up for a new lesson.
Okay. Yeah. Yeah. Did it just do the same thing over again? Yeah, it does.
Please excuse the mess. It has been quite some time since students have been here.
Yeah.
I'm just putting together my lesson plan.
Probably could pull all the groups. They don't seem to do a whole lot of damage. Plus you stand in that shit. That does a lot of damage. Oh, someone died. I was like, why did I get Avenging Wrath? And I was like, ah, I see.
Here we are. Ahem. Long ago, members of the Blue Dragonflight accidentally overloaded an arcane elemental and created a powerful construct named Veximus that quickly started to wreak havoc.
Good.
The Blue Dragons battled Veximus fiercely, attempting to prevent it from absorbing stray arcane orbs that could allow it to grow further out of control.
He just ate all of them and died.
Veximus began manifesting powerful arcane bonds in order to drive back the dragons. As the dragons neared victory,
Damage taken increased by 400%. Ah, so you can't absorb all of them. Yeah, so it's the orb damage itself. The guy earlier ran around and ate all the orbs, and then just took a shitload of damage from it. But if you don't eat the orbs, then he gets more powerful.
tried its best to defeat the dragons. It was ultimately destroyed. Well done. Since you did so well, feel free to take something from the good student's reward
Platinum
chest.
band, crit and mastery, yes please. Oh my god, and it has a socket. Wow. There it is. Equip more one of those. Oh my god, it replaced my old one. Fuck off, game. Doop-a-doop-doop-doo. It's one thing, like, you can't expect people to always just, like, know what you're gonna do, right, with the pull. But they just keep attacking, like, they see me running and they just keep attacking it. Once again, this game is great at turning off your mind. So part of it is, like, the mind rot. It's, like, just struggling against the mind rot to save your soul from the game. Struggling to stay conscious. Yeah. Okay. Might have been a bad idea. We'll see. Ended up taking everything else too. Side's clear though, so we can go stand over here. And still have Ardent Defender. Oh my god, didn't even use it. I need to bind that Eye of Tear. I don't know whether or not you can stand on the pillar. We'll see. We'll find out if I die or not. If I go right here, will I survive? Oh my god, I survived! How do I even need to move?
Look at this Lishrath arena! Oh, wait, what are these birds doing here?
Fuck, did it look like they flew off into the nether? Alright. This is one where you have to throw the hoops. I love using that. You're supposed to throw baskets, and I'm still not understanding which baskets you're supposed to throw. Like, you have to dodge it, it gives you an ability, and then at the same time you have to dodge them. Or something.
Birds, help us get rid of them.
I don't know which basket you're supposed to do by default. Matters, I'm not sure. Keep procking, shield the righteous. Good stuff.
All right, now we need to clear out the big one. I will activate the goals for Lishrath. That is Talentos for you soft skins. Use them to get her attention. At least we know that works. Watch yourselves.
But yeah, I don't need to do that? I thought it pointed towards you no matter where you ran. Not. Body. Ah, someone died. That's fucking hilarious. I stood in something that made me take a shitload of damage and I don't know what it is. Plus it's just a soft rage. Oh, the healer's dead. I don't have a heal. I don't have a battle res. Yoink. Breaking games equipment. Running to them will. I can't do that as a tank. It has 300 strength on it, but I can't run around kicking balls. Work. Oh, that sucks. It's not even like a DPS trinket I can kind of use, because positioning's a big deal as a tank. It's at least just 300 strength. front groups. Okay. Sometimes you can skip trash, and sometimes the game punishes you for skipping trash, and so you have to figure out and know which mobs you can skip and which you can't skip. Something. Is this boss I have to turn him so he kills stuff? I think this is where you have to kill the sprouts, and if you don't kill the sprouts, like, everyone dies.
Just about... Wait! Ichistras, there is too much life magic. What are you doing?
Me? There is too much nature. What are you doing?
What
Divine
is that
Seed
thing?
reduced by 15%.
This is your
What the
fault.
fuck was that?
Absolutely not!
Blessing of the Bronze.
Please, help us, new students.
Where you gotta kill those guys. Oh. There, we got, okay. Our DPS are, DPS are not managing these seeds?
You are lucky we both know how to heal.
Yeah. Was I supposed to do something? The first wave I killed myself with Divine Toll. Almost exclusively killed myself with Divine Toll. Yeah, I was not the only one. I saw one of them trying to kill the seeds, but then there's other people that weren't doing it. And the healer's obviously healing, so. Kickable. I don't know if you can kick the healer. And touch can be interrupted. Uh-oh. I think it would actually be easier if we all grouped up, so then you could AoE them easier. And,
We believe in you. Try again.
standing in the brown things is not an option, by the way. Just learned that. They're trying to group up to get all the sprouts to show up at the same area is a bad idea. So I just take a shitload of damage when I do that. Alright, well, I guess I'll just save all my cooldowns for when the seeds spawn and hope for the best. I like how there's a good indicator that someone dies simply because I see my wings pop. That's hilarious. I mean, we literally just said kill the seeds, and that basically is what. Yeah. All right. Try it again. And see if we have to electrocute grenade this time, and it'll kill the seeds. That brown shit? I don't have Divine Toll. Why does it seem like I'm the only one killing him? I see the mage running around shooting, doing shit, but what the fuck are the DPS doing? Oh my god. Uh-oh.
You are lucky we both know how to heal.
Am I just missing something? It, like... Is kill the seeds on the ground. Or do we just not have enough DPS? It honestly looks like the mage is the only one killing the fucking seeds, and me. And these two other DPS aren't doing anything. Maybe I'm missing it. I can see the mage jumping around casting Arcane Nova, or whatever it is. Where's Adventure Guide? Maybe I can quote it to them. Mage seems competent. We're getting heals. It seems like these two other DPS are derps. We're gonna pop all our cooldowns on the first volley, and then the second volley will depend on Did it? Good. I mean, that's better, but
believe in you.
we only got him down to quarter health. And we're basically relying on the mage's cooldowns. Something's not right here. Let's see. I think it literally just comes down to killing the seeds. You have to kill the seeds. Lasher seeds. Tried doing Hammer Wrath instead of Hammer Righteous. All right. Silence of some kind. We might have to do something where everyone gathers up the seeds on top of like one area so we can DPS them easier too, so they aren't spread out. In the wrong order. Lot of damage. Holy shit.
Try again.
Like, if we want to do some analysis here, we could look at double prot. And it might help. Mind Toll is doing work on as long as you don't like, we can look here at time spent. Hungry Lasher. Hungry Lasher. Unless we're doing too much damage to the boss and making the lashes pop more often? Is it just phases? If you gather up on me, I die, so please don't try to kill me. Okay. Big Lasher appears, isn't it? Yep. Mess, but whatever.
You are lucky we both know how to heal.
Am I missing something here? Are we doing something wrong, guys? Big Lasher applies a debuff. Need to kill the Big Lasher and stand in the green cleanse. It will remove the permanent debuff. Oh my god. What is that called? Overgrown Ancient throws one of its branches in the location. What's the debuff called? Is it this? The splinter bark? It's splinter bark. Ah. And the Lashers apply splinter bark? I've not even seen that dot. On death. That dot's smart. See, I've not even seen the dot.
I got the best deals anywhere. Keep it real.
Yeah, I swear I don't see that buff. Maybe I'm just paying too much attention to the... I need to go raid warning. Flash, you're poisoned too.
You are lucky we both know how to heal.
Well, some of them aren't standing in the cleansing circle. They need to... I guess I need to mark... How do you mark a spot on the map? There's a fucking command for it. We need to mark an area to... We can stack but face boss away. Find a better DPS... Dude, the fucking... Oh my god, the mage is the one that's actually fucking doing shit. Oh my god. Oh no. Well, yeah, we're basically fucked. Yeah, I'm pretty sure our DPS weren't actually doing what they're supposed to. The mage was? Yeah, by the way, basically that bricks instance, that's what I was hoping wouldn't happen. And that's why the other guy immediately left, because the moment someone leaves, you basically, the save is bricked, so... it takes an inordinately ridiculous amount of time to find a fill for it, so... Yeah. Basically, that instance is fucked at this point. Yeah, so there's a couple things that are going on there. I think our team was not DPSing the Lashers, and then they weren't stacking on the circle. I only saw, the first time the treant spawned, I saw maybe 2 people run into there, and then there's someone that wasn't stacking. And that's putting a lot of pressure on our healer. And the healer was alright, by the way. The healer is alright, but I think our DPS weren't doing what they're supposed to. Like, we can even go and look at this, just for shits and giggles here. I don't think this comes down to me. Supposed to. Like, we can even go and look at this. I don't think it had anything to do with the direction I was facing them. Dungeon system. Right, so, yeah. Yeah. Yeah, and then they're trying to heal everyone, too, at the same time. So, like, this didn't really matter. Stacking it didn't matter. I think what really matters is getting that dot off. Like, you have to stack on the fucking tree. Normally, they don't make things too complicated like what we made it. My guess is what really matters is that debuff from the treant. You have to cleanse it with the treant. Right there, this guy. So this is the first one. I marked him. And what helps people better than the skull, by the way, is marking a spot on the ground. So... killed it. There's a circle. That's the cleansing circle, by the way. There's one guy. That's the mage, I'm pretty sure. Yeah, that's the fucking mage. The paladin's in it just because he's derping around. This guy, which I believe is... well, the healer's not in here, and it also looks like the hunter is also not in here. Yeah, this is the hunter. He's not in here. Yeah, so these two guys are not in here. And then the second one, I think, is just me, and I was the only one killing the treant. Yeah, that, like, literally helped a bunch. It also made it much easier to gather up the... because if my Divine Toll is down, especially Divine Toll, because that hits everything, and Avenger Shield, which shoots a shitload of shields around. This right here, this guy and this guy, if they're down, when those lashers spawn, like, I can't take aggro on them. Furthermore, if I take too much aggro, I die, because they do a shitload of damage. So, like, you have to spread the damage, but at the same time, you have to take it off. But if we gather up on the treant, then they will, I'll automatically take aggro off them with Consecration and with Hammer of Wrath. This is the first boss that we basically just got stuck on, by the way. And the second one, if I remember, no one was... this is fine, by the way. That's stacking up, so, like, Poison Cleanse might be a thing. I potentially could do that to myself. That was the auto proc. Fucked up my cooldowns and shit. Yeah, I was looking for that guy to go and stand on. Did we even kill him? The mage is working. Yeah, so the mage kind of definitely knew what they're doing, which I mentioned earlier. That's what it seemed like. I need to go raid warning. Everyone else is dead. Healer's dead. Mage is alive. I don't think it matters at this point, though. Mage wasn't standing in a circle this time. What killed everyone? It had to have been the lashers. Was it the lasher poison? When they spawn, do they do this shitload? I think they're standing in the brown shit. So when the drops on the ground, this kills people. If they stand in it, they take damage. But I think they're standing in the brown shit, which kills you. This is where everyone's dying. They're taking aggro right now. That's the mage. The mage once again knew what they're doing. They just died. What did they die to? I don't know what the mage or the healer just died to. They weren't near anything. Healer's right here when they die. Killed him. I guess the burst damage? So they must be, like, if you're anywhere near them, because they're way over here and the lasher's here. So maybe it's when you stand on top of it? inflicting 44,000 damage to all players as they burst from the ground. Maybe it's just, it must be raid-wide or dungeon-wide. I don't think it's, I think it's just inflicts damage. So if they're on the ground and they come out of the ground, you just die. If you don't... This is basically a soft enrage, essentially, is what this is. The DPS have to kill them. So if your DPS are not strong enough, you die. These are one of the occasional... This is one of those occasional parts where if you don't have good enough DPS, you lose. And there are some of these. So this is like kind of... It's not straightforward, but if you don't kill the lashers on the ground, you die. So it inflicts 44,000 damage to all players as they burst from the ground. My guess is this is raid-wide, and it's nothing to do with where they are. Which is a shitload of damage. If you have 10 of them... It can't be raid-wide. I mean, if you have 10 of them, basically you take 440,000 damage. This is one of the problems with doing dungeons early on, those occasionally you get shit like this. But for sure, one of the big problems was that Lasher, not only does he heal, which basically reverses, he heals a lot, reverses our damage. Jesus, shut the fuck up, Dragon. It also heals allies. So not only does this remove the dot, but it also heals everyone for 450. You get an instant full health heal from abundance. It's more health than I have, so it instantly heals. You have to stack on the Treant. You have to stack on the Treant. That's it. It not only, yeah. So it doesn't even really matter if you get hit that much. You have to stack on the Treant. And it removes... Okay, it actually shows you with the skulls here. And then obviously the healer could be better if they remove poisons. I think pretty much everyone can remove poison that can heal. So... Yeah, so basically what that came down to is we had the stack on the Treant. And in hindsight here, this is literally the most important thing, is stacking on the Treant. Because not only does it remove this debuff that basically destroys us, but at the same time, it also gives you a full health heal. I need to take a piss, guys. I'll be right back. That's unfortunate. That's kind of, like, this is a hindsight thing. You can't, when you're in a pug, you can't really spend a shitload of time sitting there reading, because everyone gets bent out of shape about waiting. So the healer that just was in this, we're talking to the healer right now. The healer is in the dungeon, just got a pair of 395 bracelets from the world boss. Which is better than Mythic gear, by the way, or Mythic 0. Okay, I'll be back, guys. Yeah, that's not bad. Live and learn. That would be it. Also, looking to figure out what's killing me, I can just look at the journal and look for the skulls, which is basically the difference between doing it normally. Some of them don't even have different mechanics. Look at this. Some of these bosses just do more of what they're already doing. One has new mechanics. Oh, didn't kill me. Huh. This didn't kill me. But you have to do the goals. If you don't do the goals, it causes stacks. If you don't do the goals, it stacks Sonic vulnerability on me, which kills me. That one guy that ran around and ate a bunch of the orbs, he now increases how much damage it does from eating a bunch of orbs by 200%, which killed him. That's actually easy. This is a good way of cheating. I didn't notice this. This is a good way of cheating. I was just looking for this guy right here. That's the way of killing you, so. Okay. What do we got left? We got a bunch of dungeons. Did Ruby Life. Nefarious. 335. Actually pretty low. The heroic dungeons require higher gear score than that, guys. Also, I think they were taking less damage when I was doing it. Was harder for me to kill stuff, but the hammers make it so people take less damage from attacks and they can hit multiple targets. Plus it hammer. You know. I do less damage, but it helps the raid out more. Why am I seeing oceanic groups? OCE is oceanic, right? Getting to 4 AM, guys. We might not find an easy group here. Nefarious. Made by Cumhead. Huh? I haven't done this one before. Uh-huh. Blindstead.
Welcome to the Dragon Isles. Honor all.
Deadly.
Okay.
Jaredin continue to threaten our position here. The Black Dragonflight welcomes your help in repelling these attackers. Though I have been perhaps difficult at times, we've always worked together. I am sure you will continue to support my efforts for the betterment of Azeroth.
Okay. Right dungeon? I guess we aren't summoning. What else did I change? I only changed hammer. Yeah.
Get those bones cleared out! We must be prepared for Chargath's plans!
That below? Okay. They might know, guys. relatively geared. Okay.
Intruders! Where have you come from? Now Thaurus belongs to the Colossi now.
Set up. Yeah. All right.
I'll strip the scales from your flesh. Magma flows.
I think I need to kite them into the spears or into the chains, excuse me.
A lucky step.
I don't think I actually need to B-res them. It would have been fine. But whatever. So I think I need to kite the boss into the chains, or they need to run the chains into me. Either or. We didn't sneak by that? I need that for my T-Mog. I guess. That's honestly a legitimate reason for playing the game at this point, so. Okay. Yeah, I don't know why other people get to pick shit up, but I don't ever see anything for, maybe I'm not high enough level or something, but I see other people picking up reagents. Could be because of my professions, where I haven't leveled my professions enough, so... Fortunate downside of not actually doing crafting. Waste of cooldowns. Machine gun blast, oh my god. Yeah, that sucks. So the key basically to the last boss was 100% standing on the tree in circle, and it's because of that fucking heal that it gives you. It's like completely negates all the damage fucking lashers are doing. Fire burns. Huh? Yes. Huh?
You dare interrupt my work!
Definitely gonna get extra pulse here. I think those guys on the other side. Skip is pretty good in this one too. Good. Mm-hmm. Yeah. I see. Totally winging this, by the way. We haven't even done this on normal or heroic difficulty. Can you pull this for quests? I'm actually on this too. By the way, they added this ability where you can actually see like quest items and shit like that. Very helpful. I think that used to be a feature of Quest Helper back in the day. I don't even think we need to pull extra mobs. I'm pretty sure they'll just give it to us. They've made questing in dungeons pretty like, you don't need to go out of your way for anything. You don't even need to remember to pick up stuff, for the most part. There's one instance where I have to place something that I forgot about. But other than that, not really. Done. Still think, I don't know, those might be... I don't know which is easier. worth waiting for, yeah, find out. I need a bigger mouse cursor. Boink. Right. Yeah. I'll hit the group with AoE. Good. The elephant, guys. Dead. Oh my god, did I just replace my legs from last night? Mastery. Good. That's unfortunate. There's a lot of other pieces of gear I'd rather replace than the legs we just got last night, but you know, that's not always the way the world works, so. Bitch, fuck your face. Ah! Is this the last guy? Yeah. Someone died. Okay. Good. They did say earlier we could take bigger pulls, so you know. Yeah. I almost died there too, though. Yeah. Good. Research, tell me.
Stay your hand or taste the flame. Roast in flames. An embarrassment of riches. Embers grow to roaring flames. Royal. Feel the burn.
There's the gold piles for magic items. I'm not supposed to do that. See, like, it's kind of weird, because sometimes it'll actually give you information you need to know. And then sometimes it doesn't, like in the last instance.
Have some trinkets. Embers grow to roaring flames. Oh, fire.
Good.
Burn.
Good. Thanks for the group. Ah. Leather. Ooh. There. Wait, why did he die? Good. Perfect. That one, not too bad. I don't think we're doing the right... at the end there, I think there's some sort... Like, it looked like they had to dig out the... dig through the loot pile or something. Which obviously I wasn't doing. Let's just take a peek real quick here and see... recap through the journal. Okay.
Tell me of your glories.
Good day to you.
I know. Dungeon Finder really wants me to go in those dungeons. We're probably just going to turn that off, because at this point we aren't going to do them. Once again, I really wish this game just, like, looking for dungeon applied to mythics and keys. It could very, very, very easily automate stuff, and even if you lose someone, you could find someone because of how wide, you know, how wide it can search for players. If that guy we lost earlier that locked us to that dungeon, we could have found new people. We could literally have found new people that were in the same situation. But finding a group for that's next to impossible, so it's not even worth doing. Which is kind of sad, but... I don't know, maybe we'll do Mythic 2 tomorrow. I have a key. I don't even know how you use keys, to be perfectly honest. Like, I've always joined other people's groups. I can't equip that because we got a new one. Quests I'm not going to worry about. I think maybe tomorrow we'll fly around and gather up the shit. We aren't going to do the main storyline anymore. The loot at this point is non-existent, so... I got the achievement for Mythic Dungeons and Heroic Dungeons at the end of that instance. Yep. Good. Well, you know, there's that. Let's see. Dungeons. What was that? Neltharis. What happened at the end here? Nothing was new. Everything was already there. The surrounding treasure piles contain magic items that can be help deplete Magma's shield. Yep. And then with the elephant, there's nothing new there. It looks like he charges, he dodges the waves, you don't stand in the shit on the ground. Gortusk had those chains you have to kite over the top. Not Gortusk. The first guy had chains you had to kite over the top of. Oh, I'm looking at the wrong page here. Chargath has chains you have to kite over the top of them. Yeah. Stand near people. Makes pools. Common motif in this instance, just pools of shit on the ground. Stands in lava, he becomes strengthened. Oh. Now I know that. Good. Didn't really seem to matter. Picking up a weapon unleashes a curse inflicting 11,000 damage every 3 seconds for 5 minutes. Massive shield. Good, good, good. Okay. Proudmoore. Did he turn on phasing again? No, Proudmoore's not part of our connected server. Jadnar, I don't think, is either. Proudmoore definitely isn't. Okay. Alrighty, guys. I think we're going to end things here tonight. We're going to continue on with Mythic 0 tomorrow. My guess is we're going to continue doing the dungeons. I don't know if we're going to get fully kitted out in 372. Because it basically depends on our drops. So maybe we'll start doing keys. I said I wasn't going to do keys, but if we're basically locked to the dungeon, we can't do more of the same dungeon. We can't get gear that we need because we're currently locked. So I think we're going to polish off all M0s, and then I don't see what we have after that point. Okay. Even though I think we're actually supposed to be doing keys instead of M0. You have to use an authenticator to change the group description of a mythic group. To avoid gold sellers? Only Alliance players will see your group. Okay. Fuck are these other? Are these from the last expansion pack? Why would you ever do them? The option? You'd think they'd be under more, right? Okay. Alrighty, guys. I'm out here for this evening, guys. Tomorrow will be more World of Warcraft. We'll be continuing on with Mythic gearing and probably maybe do some keys. We'll see how it goes, guys. A handful of pieces of gear. The one piece of gear, one of the two pieces of gear we got tonight was literally a replacement for something we got last night, which is kind of hilarious. That's the way it goes, though. We got a new shield, though, I guess. Okay. Alrighty, guys. That's it for me tonight, guys. If you're new to the stream and you enjoyed things, make sure to follow up on the top right-hand corner. I do stream every day from evening to late night, GMT minus 6, so 8 to 9 p.m. Central Standard Time to 1 to 2 a.m., give or take. Depends what's going on in my life, what's happening, etc., etc., guys. We are continuing on with our World of Warcraft. We're more towards the end of our playthrough of World of Warcraft. Normally it takes me 1 to 2 weeks, but we're going on 2 to 3 because it has been more enjoyable than the last couple expansions. So, yeah. We'll see how long. We're probably going to spend a couple more days here, and then we're going back to Overwatch 2. Normally I stream Overwatch 2 and Dead by Daylight. Good, though, guys. Yeah. And also did a completely blind Mythic run, you know, just cuz, right? Yeah, and also figured out how to do the treant. That's important, but... Alrighty, guys, I am out here for this evening, guys. Thanks for watching my stream as always, and I hope you guys have a wonderfully fantastic Tuesday night and Wednesday morning. Have a good day, guys.